Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Special Saturday edition Steve Builds. We have with us a special guest today. I want to welcome Jared. Jared from the Voron Design Team, creator of Galileo and Galileo2. First of all, let's start with, can you hear me? And you want to say hi, Jared? Let me make sure we can
Hi,
hear.
Jared.
Hi, Jared. Perfect. Before we get too far and I lose it in chat, I want to thank Arthur for the gifted memberships. And we're going to say hi to Apollo and Crow Guy and Sven and DJ and Brian. How's everyone doing? How are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah? Thanks for...
two kids and all, it's, I'm tired, but I've had enough caffeine to make me, agreeable today, hopefully.
Nice. Nice. Well, thanks for taking the time being here. We're going to have some fun assembling this. Hey, Ken and Thomas and Mitchell. Hey, Jake and Push and Plastic and Shadell. Welcome, Maple Leaf Makers and Maze. Hi, Laura. Apollo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so we are here today to show the assembly and kind of talk about and hang out and build the Galileo2 Extruder and Z Drive modules for the Voron 2. So what is Galileo and Galileo2?
So Galileo, going back a little history, I actually have a video on my channel that kind of tells the history of it a little further in depth. But basically, it goes back to it was either 2018 or 2019, and I was looking for extruder ideas. So when I first built my first Voron, it was a V2. I actually put a Zesty Nimble on it for a remote direct drive. And
I remember that.
It worked okay. Yes. It worked okay. It wasn't my favorite. I was looking for different options.
Because I had Zesty Nimble I was going to put on my Hevo. So that piqued my interest when you were working on that.
I've still got my Nimble V1. I got a Nimble V2 that actually had the artifacting issues that they had with it. And like a year later, out of nowhere, they sent me a V3 that's still sitting in a box. So, but yeah, I was running that, and I ended up seeing another worm gear design similar to that on Thingiverse, which was put out by Robert Lorenz. And at the time I was looking, I was kind of going through some of the comments on that and saw that he was working on a planetary design to kind of replace, to work as, a direct drive toolhead. And so it was about a week before he'd actually posted anything on it. So he posted some pictures, and I got awfully excited about it. And he eventually released the files on it. I went from there, adapting it to, the Voron V2.2 toolhead. And
so 2.2, not even 2.4, not even Afterburner.
Correct.
Okay.
Not even Afterburner. No, this was 2.2. This was before there was any direct drive toolhead from the Voron side directly. And basically, I took that, I adapted it, and then the Voron community kind of came up with the name, the Orbiter, for it, which I'm sure very many people are familiar with at this point. And in that process, Robert Lorenz came and said, hey, I really like this name for it. I'd like to call, my design the Orbiter, because originally it was just a 140 gram lightweight, 10 kilogram pushing force extruder, which rolls off the tongue nicely, obviously. So he said, I'd really like to use that name. And I said, yeah, by all means. And I said, I'd still like to differentiate my project. So back to the drawing board, and we ended up coming up with, Galileo and the planetary and all the rest of that. So Galileo popped in and it stuck, and that's kind of what we went with. So, and Galileo 1 was still designed around the Orbiter parts. So Orbiter 1.5 is actually the parts that are included in the original Galileo kit. But Galileo 2 is a scratch design. So went completely back to the drawing board and basically said, when Robert designed this, he used readily available parts. If I didn't have that constraint, what could I do? And that's what I did.
So what, on the Galileo 1, readily available parts. So you could, in the early days of these, you had to print the gears, right? You had to print your pieces.
Correct. So the only thing that was really kind of off the shelf, but was the magic sauce at the time, there was a stepper by Wantai that you could get in a 3-pack from AliExpress for like $25. And it had a 10-tooth spur gear on it that was 4 millimeters tall. So everybody kind of knows what that is at this point. But Yeah, that was kind of the magic sauce that started that whole project. So I have to believe to a certain degree that that's why Robert has stuck with that so long, because that's kind of what the original was and what was available at the time. So I know he's got an Orbiter 3 project that's coming out as well. That's a direct drive like tool head, similar to what a Hemera would be, but planetary driven. So I'm not sure what he's doing with that magic sauce wise, but for Galileo2, yeah, I went back to the drawing board, took all the planetary math. That's not really a requirement, but kind of a requirement, just a general set of guidelines, and followed that as best I could.
So let's talk about that a little more, but I want to talk about it when we actually do that assembly. Give us something to talk about, of why the setup is as it is. So once we get to that point in the assembly, we'll take some time to talk about it so we can have a visual example there that I can show.
Sure.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
So I want to thank, I thanked in chat, but I want to thank a couple of folks who gifted memberships, Derek and PF. Hey Takuya, hey Dr. Dave, hey Andres, hey R3D Remy and Powell and Rebel Angel. Getting all kinds of people. Hey Brian, hey Make. Okay, so Galileo2. LDO is right now the supplier, the maker of the kits for Galileo2. So those are becoming available. This was officially released middle of this last week, right?
Yeah. So Wednesday, shortly after noon, we went live with the GitHub repo and the files. A couple of announcements and tweets and things were made. And just worth note at this point, this is still technically considered kind of a public beta at this point, just until we find, some of the major issues that are going to pop up with, the initial release of any project. And once we kind of get a lot of that squared away, then we'll move on to, the official release. CAD will be dropped and all the rest of that. So
awesome. Thank you, Ken, for becoming a member. But this has been in development for quite some time. This isn't something that's just being released and expecting everybody to beta test it for you. There's been a lengthy and widespread testing period on this, right?
Yeah, this has been kind of in the works for well over a year at this point, going back to the initial, like I said, starting board of what kind of planetary design can I get, what gear ratios can I get, and the form factors I need, and the rest of that. And just getting the gears in a workable state where I was trying to get to 10-1, and I ended up settling for 9-1 because there was nothing I could do short of going to a 0.38 modulus gear, which is a very small pitch gear, to make it workable.
And that much harder to print, even in MJF.
Right. Yep. Even in MJF, which MJF has a 0.2 millimeter tolerance on it. So if you're talking a 0.38 gear, you're talking half of the gear dimension total, which is just not workable at all. So I mean, it's been well over a year at this point. And at least the first, I would say, 8 months of that were closed dev development, where it was just me and some members of the dev team that were, going back and forth, working on ideas. And then eventually when we opened it to a slightly larger group, there was a lot more feedback that came in those last few months of that as well. So a lot of little changes as you get more people involved in it. Every printer is going to be a little bit different. So having the ability to widen that group a little bit without making it, just opening the floodgates was huge. So we made a lot of changes in the last 4 months. So it's been very busy. And I have a 4-month-old, so even more busy.
Yes.
And that's on top of the 4-year-old.
4 months of heavy development. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been busy.
Hey, Ram Online and Chris. I think I said hi, Sanity.
Hi, Sanity.
And happy. So, given that, so LDO is producing the kits here. For today's stream, LDO has reached out and offered to give away some Galileo kits. Now, these are going to be delivered sometime in October is what I'm told, but we're going to be giving away 5 of these Galileo2 extruder kits. So be sure, since I'm doing a Polymaker filament giveaway like I do every stream, and the Galileo2 extruder kits, the links are in the description. There's a pin post to remind you about it, but the links are in the description. I do giveaways at the 3-hour mark for anybody who might be new here. You have to be here to win though. So we will do the drawing at 1 p.m. Pacific time. That's a little under 3 hours from now. Yeah. So yeah, five kits. That's quite a few. That'll take a little bit of time. Let's see. Hey, Chad and Pascal and Printer Prawn. Hey, Dot Galaxy, welcome. Hey, Keith. Measure once, print twice. 3D Fly My Life.
Measure one, print. Yeah, that's a nice name. I like that.
How does this extruder still use printed gears? And we'll show you, because the kits have MJF gears, and I have an early kit. I have a earlier kit.
Yep.
But all the core components, there's some fastener changes, but all the core components are the same. So there's not going to be any difference. The packaging is a little different from what is being delivered, but Jared has one of those to show on camera at some point too. Chad, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's see, try to keep up. As part of the giveaway, we like to do a thing here. We've been doing it for quite a few months now, with a little interruption a couple of months ago, I think, but we try to hit 300 likes by giveaway time. So if you haven't hit that like button, it's just we've had some nail biters coming down to the last 10 minutes with 70 likes to go, and we made it. So Zombie, thanks for the banana.
Likes at crunch time.
Huh? Down in crunch time.
70
Yep.
likes at crunch time.
Now,
Yep.
I think our record is 420 likes at giveaway time. So there's a potential. We're already at 200 people here today. And we're only 12 minutes in. So let's see where we can go with that. Jose, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome, Nathan. Oh, I didn't think I said welcome to Shammy earlier. Welcome. And Pex Peppers. Nice round number. Yeah. Let's get the likes out of the way. Yep, get those up. I see it's over 100 already. Now I don't actually monitor the details. I see when it hits the 100 like milestone, because my view in my studio here shows a 1 and then 3 dots. So without going through and looking further, I don't see it. So I like to get some updates every once in a while when folks see it increase. So anyway, where are we at? Are we ready to start talking about the kit and the contents?
Sure.
Yeah. So let's bring this up. So my kit has a little different box. You have the new box?
I do have the new box.
Show that
it's
up
right here. So this
got
is
a little fancier graphic there and label.
This is the extruder kit specifically. There is also a Z Drive kit, but the logo is on the outer label there, and then on the inside, there's also a printed bill of materials. Not sure how well that's going to come through, but kind of gives an idea of everything that's on there. So
yeah, I think everybody should read what Dead Bob said. I'm not going to read it out loud because I don't want to endorse it, but also, if we have any new members here, I am working towards that completely insignificant but significant subscriber count number. So if you aren't subscribed, I don't do that often, but we're getting awfully close. So I don't call it out often. Huh?
Get that milestones. You got to get that last push.
It's a milestone. There's nothing I get for it, but it's a mental milestone. Sure.
You get satisfaction from it at least, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's amazing. The me knowing myself and standing here in front of a camera talking to 200 plus people every weekend is humbling. So okay, so this is what my kit looks like. It's the same overall box, same size, same basic packaging. So we have a bag of miscellaneous hardware and the main bits, the drive gear, that kind of thing. We'll open that in a second. Are the kits available anywhere yet? They are. Have they hit vendors?
Yeah, so we actually kind of waited on the release until at least some of the vendors had it in stock. So I know
Yeah.
there's still some vendors that are having a bit of trouble getting stock. I think the UK vendors and some of the European vendors have it on the way, maybe stuck in customs, but it should be coming soon. Fabrico in the US, as well as KB3D and one of the other ones I can't think of off the top of my head right now, had some stock as well. But there is more coming. So
Do we have any
Jason's
idea
getting
what the
more
initial
kits
run was?
produced. I want to say it was around 250 total kits,
Okay.
but I don't know that for sure. So it's a little bit of a question mark.
Looks like Fabrico
And
sold out within minutes. KB3 will get theirs on Monday.
Okay.
Some UK vendor that has them. I'm sure West 3D is going to have them.
Yeah, West 3D was another one. That was the one that I was missing.
Yeah.
And one thing that I didn't show in the kit that I had here either was we had some custom stickers made.
Those are so cool, and I don't have any of those right now, but I will be grabbing at least a few. I'm assuming that Jason's going to have those at IRF. And speaking of Jason, everybody should say hi, Jason, because he's here in chat with us. So.
And I made an executive decision. So, and I'll show this. So we did 2 different sets of stickers. Actually, we did like the reflective material here, along with the glitter. And I liked the glitter. I preferred it. I think it kind of looks a little more, starry-esque, kind of galaxy, fits in with the Galileo theme more. But not wanting to waste these stickers, these will still be included in some of the kits. So if you get one of these stickers, you've got something of a limited edition.
That's cool too. Striker, thanks for the gift of memberships.
Cool little Easter egg for everybody there.
Yeah. Those do look good. I'm gonna grab, like I said, I'm gonna grab at least a few of those. Chris, thanks for the gift of memberships.
And if you need a couple extras before you go somewhere, I can send you a couple as well. So I do have some spares.
Awesome. Okay, so let's zoom in on here because that's a little bit far. Martos, thanks for being a member. Appreciate that. Okay, so the rest of the stuff in the box. Let's start with this special. This is a the 36 millimeter round stepper that we use in the other devices with a twist, right? So there's a couple of things about this that are different. So in general, and this is a little small for me to read, this is the 1 amp 20 millimeter stepper. Is the basis of this, right?
Correct, yeah. We basically took the orbiter stepper, which Robert did a lot of development work with LDO on picking the perfect stepper. And we effectively took that and adjusted it to work for our use case here.
And those adjustments are the tooth count. So Correct. This is a 9-tooth stepper instead of 10. And the other adjustment is the wider gear as well. Yes. So you get more engagement, full engagement on the printed parts, right?
Exactly. So if you heard me say earlier, one of the things that was original to the Wantai 10-tooth stepper was that it was only 4 millimeters tall. And the ones that LDO made that were 10 teeth for the orbiter kit are that same 4 millimeter in height. Most of the things we actually use this stepper for benefit from that extra 1 millimeter of height, including, so the motor can also be used for Clockwork 2 if you wanted a slightly higher gear ratio. And since it has that taller gear, it actually helps with wear on that as well. But wear was a big consideration. So you think the difference from 4 millimeters tall to 5 millimeters tall, okay, it's a millimeter, that's not a lot. But in reality, that's 20% more surface area to spread a load across. So for what we do with it, it definitely helps. It helps wear on everything. So
I thought I had handy a regular one of our typical extruder steppers, but it's buried. So Jason, thank you very much. Let me read Jason's message here. Hello everyone, it was a great release for G2 and thanks for everyone's support. Thanks for the designer Jared and testers like Steve. More production is coming next month. Awesome. Thanks Jason, I appreciate that. As soon as we fill out the back orders, we'll sell motors and some necessary parts as spare parts. That'll be good. G Funny Money, thank you for the gifted memberships. I had chat scrolled up so I didn't forget things, so let me catch up. Those motors, they should work well with other extruders as well, right? There's nothing about them that's going to interfere. The deeper gear shouldn't rub on anything in like an stealth burner or anything, right? CW2.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
is
so
there
it
enough
actually should give you
gear
full engagement with
adjustment in CW2 for it to engage?
There should be, yeah, because the 8-tooth that's also available out there will also fit with it. So the 9-tooth should give enough adjustment to fit properly and mesh. Yeah, and yeah, basically any extruder that uses like the BMG gear for driving should integrate well with the 9-tooth option as well. So
Now,
it'll give you a slightly higher gear ratio.
Now, at a certain point, though, isn't the fewer teeth on some of these other steppers, you start running out of some oomph in these steppers? At the
Yes
lower
and no.
drive ratios.
So the lower drive, you're talking more teeth on the center or less teeth?
If you have fewer teeth on here, you're at the edges of pushing plastic, you're going to run out of headroom on a 5 to 1
increasing your overall ratio if you're reducing the number of teeth. So you're actually increasing your pushing force, but you're reducing the maximum speed at which you can push that. So if you add more teeth, then you would effectively be lowering the gear ratio. If you remove teeth, you're increasing it. But at a certain point, you do end up having problems with the shaft that's on there. So on the 9-tooth spur gear that's on there, I believe, and Jason can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's a 2 millimeter inner diameter on that.
Mm-hmm.
So at a certain point, you have to make the shaft so small that you lose a lot of material.
Yeah.
So you lose some strength in that. Yeah, but in general, the fewer the teeth that you have, the better your pushing force is going to be within a reasonable amount. And going from a 10-tooth to a 9-tooth stepper won't make a massive difference, but if you're kind of pushing the limits of something like a Clockwork 2, where you're trying to push more volumetric than it's really happy doing, dropping to a 9 or an 8-tooth might help. Okay. Well, it will help.
Okay.
And then the extra 1 millimeter on the 9-tooth specifically should also help with some of that transmission.
Yeah. Hello, now loading. Hey, James. Let's see, who else do we have here? Hey, John, welcome. Poll for how many viewers have ordered G. I don't know if I can do a poll along with a pinned post. Can I do that? And have both of them up there? Okay, so other things in the box are the MJF printed parts. So what is this called? The planetary gear housing?
The ring gear housing.
Ring gear housing.
So in a planetary gear set, the outer ring is called the ring gear. And that's also one of the things that we did some pretty heavy improvements on. Basically on the Galileo2 and the Orbiter setup,
come on.
Whenever you make spur gears in Fusion 360, it's only available to make external gears, not internal gears. And if you just try to make a cutout of that external gear to an internal gear, all of your pressure angles and everything, all your pressure angles end up wrong, and you have problems. And Orbiter kind of got around that by chopping off the edges of the teeth, which is not the greatest way to go about it, but it does work clearly. So on Galileo2, I took the time to figure out how to make that profile correct. And so what you're holding in your hand is a proper pressure angle, full tooth design, which I've got an Orbiter 2 somewhere around here. Let me see if I can pull that apart and actually show you the difference.
Okay. Derek, thank you. I'm not sure I understand what the Z Drive version means. Could you please explain at some point? We will, because we're going to assemble one. We should have time to assemble one and put it on and install it on camera. So.
Yep.
MJF instead of POM costs. So POM is either going to be injection molded or machined.
Machined, yep.
And either of those processes require tooling and setup beyond what MJF printing costs. So the cost would be significantly higher until you get into the quantities that injection molding becomes the better choice, right?
Exactly. And there may or may not be news on that front at some point in the future. Jason's working on some magic behind the scenes, but I won't spill any secrets until He gives me
Jason
a
said
go or
in
no
chat
go, if
that
you
we
will.
are working on injection tooling for pond parts.
There you go. So I'll see if I can show this. I don't know how well this is
That's a
going to come
great.
through,
I mean,
but
it's a small view on the in there, but I think it should show it pretty well.
yeah. So I don't know how well you can tell. Like up here, the teeth kind of look like they're chopped flat on the edges.
Oh, might not be able to see that much detail.
Yeah. But I'll see if I hold a Galileo2 up, you should be able to see how much pointier the teeth are on it. So not sure how well I can do a side by side,
Yeah.
but there's a lot more tooth edge on Galileo2, which helps for gear meshing on it. So that's the best angle on black parts with fairly low light here in my office. It's kind of hard to get that out, but do the best I can.
I think audio is changing a little bit. It's pretty sensitive to how far you are from your mic. So I bumped you a little bit so you don't have to worry about it as much. But
okay.
I saw some comments there, and then I was looking at the levels here, and it changes quite a bit depending on where you're facing or how far you are. Daniel,
Well,
thanks
that's
for becoming a
interesting.
member.
Because it's going through my AirPods. So my AirPod is the microphone.
Is it actually? That's interesting.
It should be.
Because it is changing. I can see the levels change depending on what angle you're at, which it shouldn't if it was your AirPod.
Right. So if I talk this way, it's lower than if I talk this way?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make sure I'm facing the the source here then, just to try to make that easier.
Audio is low for me? My audio isn't different from anything I do. I guess mine is.
It's all your fault,
bumped.
Steve. You broke it.
I did. Okay. Is it possible to lower the music a bit? Sure.
That's one thing that I am missing, being on the stream side rather than on the viewing side, is I don't get the cool music.
Yeah. Okay, so MJF parts. This is the ring gear holder. Very smooth, very well done prints.
Yeah, the print quality on them is very nice, even with the MJF tolerances taken into account. So I'm happy with how they turned out. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have put the kit out. So I'm a little bit anal about that.
The planetary gears. Now we started to talk about the ratios, right? Before. What do we want to expand on that? I know we want to probably get into some actual assembly here, but this is good info leading up to that assembly. So I know this is maybe I can do something like this. Aha.
Get a better focus on it. There you go. So the total gear ratio is a 9-to-1, and that's using the formula for a stationary ring gear, which is basically number of teeth in the ring gear divided by number of teeth in the sun gear plus 1. So there are 72 teeth on the ring gear. There are 9 teeth on the sun gear, and the planetary gears are 31 tooth, which is not really a factor other than to basically bridge the gap, if you will. And 31 is not a perfect number for that, but it's what we had to go with. That's the only thing that's off of a perfect planetary gearbox, is that number, which we've kind of scaled things a little bit to make them ideal in their operation. So the one of the magic number things with planetary gearboxes is the carrier that we use is 120 degree offset. So 360 degrees in a circle. You divide that by 3, you've got 120 degrees per.
And this is the carrier.
Yes.
So
correct.
Basically, this goes in the center of each of those gears, and then the whole thing. The stepper turning the center turns the whole thing.
Yes. And for that to be 120 degrees on each of the lobes, where you don't have to have one that's 119 degrees, there's kind of a perfect ratio or a golden ratio with that. Which is why we went to the 9-tooth, because the number of planetary gears ideally needs to be divisible by the number of teeth in the sun gear. So for something like Orbiter, where it's using a 10-tooth planetary or a 10-tooth sun gear on the planetary setup, that 10-tooth is not divisible by 3. So there's always going to be one of those gears that's going to have more pressure on it than the others. Yeah. Yep. And it's also possible to misalign that more evenly, or not evenly, but more readily so that you end up with binding in the gearbox, and you don't realize it until you figure out that there's just something wrong, and then you take it apart and you put it back together and you accidentally fix it, and then just think, oh well, something must have been quirky with it, and not knowing that that was the actual problem the whole time.
Got it. So which would be better? Would 30 or 33 be better than 31?
So I think 32 was the official number that it was supposed to go up to, but 32 would have been too large to fit at a 0.5 modulus.
Okay.
So it was one of those, I either would have had to scale up or scale down. And I would have rather had a little bit of backlash in the gearbox than to have something that didn't fit.
Got it.
So, and that one extra tooth is not a significant amount, at least not significant enough to cause any issues, if you will.
Oscar is asking, so they're confused by this. Is it a mod or an official Voron release? This is a Voron adjacent project. You are on the Voron design team. You are a full engineering member of the team, having done design work. But this is an adjacent project, right?
Right. Well, and the main reason why right now it's not an official Voron release is because one of the practices we like to follow on the Voron design is that we have things that are readily available off the shelf parts. And obviously going completely custom with every single part that we have on here, it's a little bit hard to do that. So it doesn't directly fit into the Voron scope, if you will. So it's kind of a Voron adjacent at this point. So it's a sanctioned Voron, but not official Voron, if you will, is the best way I can describe it.
Hey, Daniel. Hey, Brent. Okay, so then we get into some hardware. So we have some hardware here, and I'm not going to go over every screw and such. Big things are we have the 2 different sizes bearings, and the big one is the filament drive gear.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend some time talking
about
this.
Which is also completely custom.
Yes, so this is one of those. This is a 100% custom. So let's see if we can get a view here. So what is it about this? What is special about this?
So it's a 16 millimeter nominal diameter drive gear. So in things like your Orbiter 2, you're using the 12 millimeter Bondtech gears. In things like LGX, you're using 18 millimeter. So for what I was looking for, I wanted to keep, so stepping back a little bit, one of the things that Robert Lorentz did was kind of come up with an ideal number for, kind of steps per millimeter, a target, which is why the Orbiter does so well in both extrusion force and speed. And I was trying to get around that target while still putting as large a gear as I could on there and making something that would easily fit. So LGX gears don't have a set screw where you can just attach it to anything with an 8 millimeter shaft. And the 12 millimeter gears are smaller than I was trying to go with. So I ended up settling on 16 millimeters as being as ideal as I could get, where I could still put an 8 millimeter hole in the middle of it with a set screw, try to get as little run out as I possibly could on the manufacturing side by having more material around. So on like the 12 millimeter Bondtech gears, the hole in the middle of it is fairly large compared to the outside diameter. So it's harder to get that perfectly centered. Whereas on a slightly larger gear, it's a little bit easier to do on the machining side. So tolerances end up being better. The overall drive on it ends up being better, a little more filament grip. And one of the cool things is we also had it RNC coated. So it's got the latest diamond-like coating on it to help prevent wear with, abrasive materials and the likes.
Is it hardened? Is the steel hardened as well?
I believe it's hardened, but Jason would know on that one. He's the one that actually had those manufactured. So
okay. Oh.
Jason is the man with the plan when it came to Galileo2. I told him everything I wanted to do, and he said, I will make it happen. And by golly, he did.
Awesome. So that's pretty much the magic pieces of Galileo2. The other hardware in here, and I know I'm getting Charlie excited, are just regular fasteners, and that's why I brought this. I didn't print a special hex tray for this, so I figured I'd reuse this gorgeous one from the blaster build a couple of streams ago.
No objections.
So,
and it's also worth note, every hardware piece that you need to build Galileo2 Extruder and Galileo2 Z drives, with the exception of some of the side skirts, so the functional part side of it,
Mhm.
on the Z drives anyway, is included with the kit. So you just need printed parts. Every screw that you're going to need is included with it.
Jason just posted. Where did Jason post? It's hardened steel with an RNC coating. Awesome. Thank you, Jason.
And then Andreas asked a question, is it not possible to machine that on the shaft directly? It's an aluminum shaft. We potentially could have done a steel shaft or press fit the bearing, or not the bearing, but the drive gear onto the carrier. I did not want to do that though, because it limits the options of usability. So it would only be usable from an extruder standpoint.
Yep.
And you could only put it in from the back side of it, which means you couldn't retain it in any specific way. And since we also wanted to use these for Z drives, it would have limited the options a little too much. And on the topic of run out with that, Weaselis on the Discord group has actually done some run out testing with the kits that he was able to test, and basically noted that the amount of run out that's in it combined with the diameter of the gear makes it effectively better than anything else that's out there right now. Well, you know, it's still not perfect, but it's as close as we can get with the methods we're using, if you will.
Awesome.
So I was happy with those results.
Daniel, thank you for the donation. I see what you're doing there. Pandora's Box Fund. For everybody, anybody who happens to be new here, hasn't watched, maybe isn't aware, Modbot and I are doing a collaborative build series, building the VZBot 235 kits. We'll be back at it tomorrow on this channel, pretty much buttoning that up. We don't think that's going to be the last stream in the series, but we're going to be fully printing. And I got all my parts. For anybody who's aware, I got all the parts. I will be able to get my replacement parts installed after stream today. So, a couple other things I wanted to catch. Steve needs to build Pandora. Oh, one thing I wanted to note. So you mentioned that making major changes to this reduces its flexibility, because right now it can be used in multiple variations of this drive system. Basically, it's a drive system at this point. There's an extruder now, and there's basically a gearbox. And currently that's being used for the Z Drive modules on a Voron 2 and easily adaptable to a Micron.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then one additional thing is I also wanted to not make all the Galileo 1 kits entirely obsolete. So at some point in the future, once the kits kind of get sorted and everything levels out a bit, the drive gear that we're using for Galileo 2 will be available as a separate purchase. And people that have a Galileo 1 will be able to build the same Galileo 2 extruder design with a different tilting mechanism on the internal part of that will fit the either the Orbiter parts. 2, either that's the Orbiter awesome. 2.0 parts or the Galileo 1 parts, and they would just have to buy a new gear. I'm still trying to come up with the best way to take straight Galileo 1 and adapt it to the Stealth Burner style. But with the larger drive gears, it's easier with the 16 millimeter drive gear to do. The 12 millimeter is kind of in no man's land. It's not easy to put a bearing where it needs to be for certain things, and it just makes the design side tough. So it is being worked on. A lot of people have asked for it, but that's kind of where that's at right now.
Cool. All the chat. Let's see here. Thank you, Mike. Mike's Fourth Dimension, Mike 4D, thank you for the gifted memberships. Hey, Bill Brothers, welcome. I've ordered a VZBot 230 and a Micron, not sure which will arrive first. Both are going to be fun builds. Let's see. Fabrico Chamois, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Wow, thank you. I see that's what I get for actually eating all of the sandwich you suggested. We had Miracle Whip and banana sandwiches on Wednesday. I don't know if you were around to see that. So
I was not around to see that.
I've laid out the hardware here. I've laid out the hardware here to kind of illustrate that the
Mhm.
fastener count here is pretty small. It's in terms of the variety of fasteners, which is great. I love this, and it's something that we try to do overall in the Voron ecosystem is minimize fastener counts, keep it to standard, standard lengths, standard pieces. So there is nothing in here, correct, that you would not find in one of the other Voron builds.
That's correct. We didn't use anything off the wall. The closest to being off the wall is the one-off M3x50, which Stealth Burner required 2 of for its design, and our cable chain holder required 1 of them. So the 50 ended up working just perfectly for how we were trying to do that. But yeah, everything else is already in a normal Voron bill of materials. And to your point, I minimized everything that I could. There was some locations where, you know, I had a 16 here and a 12 there, but I had enough space where I could fit a 20. So I fit a 20.
Nice.
So a little extra engagement doesn't hurt in most of those cases. And the amount of weight is, you know, negligibly different at that point. So, it made sense to go that route.
This is great. So I'm going to just empty out some of these into spots here.
Yep, and the one thing you should be missing from that early beta kit, which I think you and I had talked about before, one of the changes that we did for both printability and you know, overall usefulness is M3x6 flatheads.
Supplement
so
a few
you'll
of
need
those
3 extras of those.
Oh,
there you go.
I put a whole lot more than that in there. I'll need them for the Z Drive
as well. Exactly.
Yep. Any issues with using the EBB 2040 board? How wide has how widespread has testing been on CAN toolhead boards and other toolhead boards for this? Do we have full compatibility across the board as far as has been tested?
For the most part, yes. So there's a couple of outliers where like the extruder motor hookup is on the back side and it's a little bit higher, in which case I do actually have, and I can show here kind of what I did for a test. Let's see. So some of the boards with the connector up higher do require a little notched section here. So let's see if I can show you that.
Yep.
The complaint that I have about that is it ends up making the seam on the back side where the M3x50 goes through kind of poked out. So I'm trying to get that just thick enough that it's happy.
Why don't you just open it up? Just let the screw be exposed.
I mean, there's also that option as well, but I also don't want to, you know, sacrifice any rigidity. The M3x50 is basically compressing the layers on this so that it keeps everything together with the chain hanging off of this end. So it's got a fairly long lever arm as it is. And if you make that any thinner, you're going to be putting more pressure against it. So the screw will still take that up, and I think it would probably be fine. But then there's also the thought of, you know, if it's a metal screw and somebody doesn't do a crimp on their extruder motor just quite right and there's something hanging out, maybe it could short across it. So you kind of got to think about everything that you can possibly go wrong with, and people will still surprise you with things that can go wrong. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so I think I've got a full collection of printed parts here. I'm in big trouble if I don't. But that's the other thing here. This is the full complement of printed parts, right?
Yeah, should be everything.
Anyway,
again, try to make everything as easy as possible, as few parts as possible, and I'm happy. I'm happy.
Has there been any testing done on Galileo2 extrusion force?
Not directly on the extrusion force. I have done flow testing with a number of different hot ends. So if somebody's more capable of doing the force testing that would like to do so, I think we could maybe get Jason to maybe supply a kit for that potentially. So
I'm going to do my usual, just kind of cleaning up little peaks in the prints, just making sure everything rides well. Nice flush surfaces.
And on one of the older versions of the rear piece that you just cleaned up there, the bearing surface was actually between those two printed parts, so it made it harder to print. And even with a print-in-place support, I still wasn't happy overall with how it worked. So moving to the flathead screws on the back of that to retain that bearing, it's been a very nice change.
Mm-hmm.
And one that was not immediately thought of. So that was one that came later in the group with kind of the last minute changes of, hey, by the way, this is a little bit strange. Is there anything we can do with that? And it's like, you know what? I can.
Yeah.
And Tex Peppers just asked if there was a version that's compatible with the Zoll 2. And I've actually been playing with my fidget toy most of this time I've been sitting here. And this is what we are calling Galileo2 Standalone. And there are two versions of this. This one is an Orbiter 2 mount comparable. So it will be compatible with anything designed for Orbiter 2. And then there's another version that has a slightly wider footprint that's compatible with anything that's running Sherpa Mini. So this is a fairly typical kind of design layout here. The arm at the top. It's awfully dark, so you probably can't see, but you got the 16 millimeter drive gear in there. It's actually inverted from G2E, so it's flipped to be shorter. And then we got the ECAS fitting on the top, and everything goes together nicely. And this is some atomic carbon fiber ABS. So this was also printed on a G2, and you're really not going to be able to tell the print quality from it.
I love that filament.
Glass fields look interesting. Yeah,
I've been using that atomic carbon fiber ABS. My very first Boron, my V2 that I built, I did all the parts because I love the carbon fiber ABS. I did it all in those parts, and I never said anything because people in the Discord at the time were like, no carbon fiber or filled filaments or whatever. And I did it anyway and haven't had any problems.
Well, and this was also a test for me because carbon filled doesn't really like 0.4 nozzles. So I used a 0.5 Basel, which is kind of unobtainium right now, but I have one from a while back. So I wanted to make sure that printability was still going to be good with different size nozzles other than 0.4. And this came out. I mean, the layer stacking is absolutely beautiful on this thing. There's zero I can complain about.
I've never used anything for that filament other than 0.4s, and I've never had a clog.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's the first time printing the atomic stuff, but some of the other stuff I've got I've got some Fadis PA12 carbon filled that is not happy with the 0.4. So.
Oh, interesting.
It's kind of hit and miss. It's pretty surprising. So, but this has been my fidget toy. The little knob on here was actually adopted off of a V0 display. So,
the basic of that was my design. The basis.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So I basically took that and I shrank it down to fit a little more nicely on here, and it makes for a nice fidget toy. So
yes.
The gearbox is nice and smooth in here, and it's one of those you can just play with all day. So what I should do is hook a little battery up to it and actually generate some power out of the stepper while I'm doing that.
Filament used. This is Polymaker gray. I don't know for sure if I did this in ABS or ASA, but it's Polymaker gray, and I've got both rolls, and I've got a mixture of that on this printer depending on what I had. And then this is the KVP Lulzbach green. That is the accent colors for the printer we'll be putting this on. I do not use...
Something I just noticed, which some people may ask about, the version you printed is the one that just has the Bowden press fit. It's not using the ECAS on
it. There's a couple of different versions.
Yeah. There's a couple options there for people that want them.
I do not use ironing on my top layers. It's just been tuning for extrusion. What was the thinking behind this extruder? Kind of covered that a little bit earlier. Super like one sentence answer. Maybe two. You can go two. I'll give you two.
So optimizing extrusion force and consistency in a planetary package, which planetary packages have a very high efficiency and are still back drivable. So you can use the spring effect of the extruder to make accelerations and retractions and such faster.
Awesome.
So basically to try to make as ideal of an extruder as I could. That's like 4 or 5 sentences, but I'll take it.
I'll give it to you. Super Gleep, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so let's start putting in some heat set inserts and getting some actual assembly done here. I think this has been super awesome talking about the design. So let's get to really assembling it. So
Yeah.
I do have my Vector 3D VLMP. Now, if I didn't actually like this, I wouldn't keep using it. So, but it is, I do like it. So I believe at least West 3D, maybe KB 3D are carrying kits on these. But otherwise, they're kind of expensive to ship from the UK to the US.
Yep.
Hey, Pedro. What else? Everyone should get a VLMP to support Adam. Hey, David. What's the main advantage versus the CW2? There's a couple of them though, and let me thank the Dankies for becoming a member first. Now go.
Oh, Migo?
Oh, the main advantage over CW2.
So, yeah, like you said, there's a few of them. One of them is a higher reduction with the planetary gear set, so it's a 9-to-1 instead of, depending on how many teeth you're using on the gear itself, a 5-to-1. And then the 16-millimeter drive gear, which is custom, versus the 8-millimeter drive gear that's kind of common with the BMG setups. It makes for a lot more consistent extrusion with enough extrusion force to complement that, if you will, and enough speed to basically be able to outrun most hot ends that are out there right now, and even some that aren't out there right now. So. And it is worth note, we do have a manual out for the G2E right now. We are working on one for G2Z, and Hart K and some of the other members have been really beneficial and helpful in getting a Z manual where it's at. We are going to see that today in kind of the pre-release format. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I think Steve's going to follow the manual once he gets these heat sets in there. But the heat sets are in the manual as well.
I'm just going straight to the build.
I mean, it is called Steve Builds, not Steve Reads Manuals, but...
You know what? Reading the manual can often be parts of the build. Let me get these heat sets in, and then we'll cover the manual.
Sure.
Bring it up. So there's a couple of things we're going to bring up. So we have the GitHub. So let me bring up a link. And Double T. Hi, Stephen Jared. Happy Saturday. Thank you very much, Double T. I need a heat set in for my scrapped Ender 3. Perfect. I heard you mention that using the gearbox is Z drives. Would this mean you could use this to eliminate Z drop when motors are off? Not entirely. Not really.
I can touch on that, but
go ahead.
Yes. So G2Z it's more designed for microns and like smaller V2 printers. So like 250, maximum of 300. It does still have a high gear ratio on it, but unfortunately the detent torque is the important part when the steppers are powered off. And the 20-millimeter pancake stepper has a very low detent torque. So even though it's multiplied by 9, you're still at 0.9. I think it's, Newton centimeters or whatever it is, versus some of the bigger steppers, which are, higher than that just out of the gate. Now, that said, I am working with Jason on some ideas for what I'm calling G2Z XL, which will have probably a 34 to 40 millimeter NEMA 17 stepper, use the rest of the same parts in kind of a sandwich to make something that will have enough detent torque to work well for, 300s, 350s, and potentially things like belted trident and some of those others.
So I posted a link to your GitHub, which is the hosted repository for the files, manual, all info, Galileo2 right now. So that's in chat so folks can follow along. Let's talk about these absolutely gorgeous renders.
Yes. So Hart K is responsible for all of these renders, and he's using a third-party software. It's Keyshot or something maybe. I can't remember exactly what he said it was. Someone can correct me because I know I'm wrong on that. Yeah, the materials and everything that he's gone in here, and he's actually gone through and all the screws and made them threaded and everything just for these renders to look as cool as they can.
Yeah.
And I've been kind of flabbergasted whenever he showed me the initials on those. I was kind of dumbstruck, still kind of am, just looking at them again today. So
they're
turn out
rendered as
well.
printed parts with.
Yes.
I mean, it is amazing.
He's got two ways he can do that too. He can actually slice the files in a slicer, then re-import those tool paths to make it like 100% what a slicer would do. And then he's also got some other ways of rendering, like the G2SA in that image. You can kind of see, kind of looks like it almost has a fuzzy skin to get that like textured build plate.
Yeah.
So he also was able to work with that, and it turned out really nice. And then of course we used the red and black for the Voron colors. We used the blue and gray for the LDO colors. And then my favorite colors are orange and green. So the Z's in the background are about my favorite color of orange.
There you go.
Which we'll see a little bit later also follows through to the manual. So, and it may or may not be confirmation of I wish I was a Prusa.
You have too many A's in there. I wish I was Prusa.
Yes.
That's what it's always signed. I wish I was Prusa.
Yes, absolutely.
Charlie's eating, which is good.
But am I Prusa?
Okay, so from here is a link to the manuals. There's a user mods folder in here. What kind of things are in user mods? There's an umbilical for a Z chain.
Yep.
A couple of different umbilicals.
So Joseph just put his in yesterday, and he's got a really detailed list on there. Heart drop to PG7 strain relief, a couple of options, one of which is for the 2240 board, which I do have around here somewhere. So here's a 2240 board. One of the things on this is the USB-C port. So he created one that goes down and around the USB-C port. And then Joseph put a whole bunch of stuff in yesterday along with a whole lot of detailed instructions. So he did a really nice job on that.
Hey, Obi-Wan. Okay, so we're going to get into the manual. So this is probably a group effort here. The general Voron style with a twist. Christian,
and fair warning, there will be puns.
Huh? Oh, it's full. It's full of it.
Chock full of puns. A lot of those are responsible from Hart as well, but I loved them enough that I had to keep them in there.
Yeah.
And then some of those I added myself, which are probably the ones that aren't as good as his, for what it's worth.
Christian, greetings from Brazil. Thank you. What do you guys think about Beacon Probe? We're probably not going to get into that. I have zero experience with Beacon Probe, so I can't really talk to it. And I don't want to get too far sidetracked from our topic here today. So the basic answer is I have zero experience, so I can't really speak to it. Thomas, thank you for being a member for 16 months. Okay, so this is brand new, 3 days old, version 13 September 2023. Planetary power for your gardening tool built space shuttle. So let's skip through. We got table of contents. We have basic part printing guidelines. They match the Voron recommendations for every other project that we have, right?
Correct. Yep. And I even put in there Galileo2 follows the Voron team standards.
Yep.
So.
And file namings follows the same standards, with the bracketed A as the designation for accent colored parts.
Correct.
We have a couple of locations to go to. There is a Galileo2 channels on the Voron Discord, correct, and on the forum, or at least a spot to chat about it in both locations.
Correct. Yeah, we have had a couple of questions that popped up on the forum. So I am on the forum, and Sanity pokes at me because I've not posted on the forum, even though I've been on there for roughly a year at this point. But I will try to be more active on the forum for those users that prefer it and have questions. But we do also have people that can poke me on Discord if there's a question they need answered. But yeah. On the Discord side, we do have some VOC channels. I don't know that we have anything for people that don't have a serial number yet, but those people that have questions, I do believe there's an Extruder channel for questions that they can post those questions in there. So we do have places available, yes.
John said, I'm starting to feel overwhelmed by all the extruder and tool head options. You and me both, John. You and me both.
Well, it doesn't help that I've still got more ideas that are, pouring out into the real world and things I can grab and touch. So
please have Jared and Sanity on like your first streams. You're talking about on my Discord streams where we just had everybody able to chat. Okay, so this is the link to your GitHub, and then talking about
Correct.
what it is. We're not going to read this. We've already covered this in more detail than what's here. And then there's some configuration requirements that we will get back to when we actually install this on the printer. And then we get into the assembly. So nice little exploded diagram here.
Yep.
And fastener stuff, just lots of descriptions, good things. And then we're going to get into the actual. So now we're caught up. Heat set inserts, putting them in. I've installed them all. This is a good point of making sure I didn't miss any, and I did miss one. So let me turn this back on and get the one that I missed.
Which one did you miss is the question.
I missed two. I missed this one for the M3 thumb screw, and I missed this one for the tool head board.
There you go. Which, if you're not using a tool head board, you don't have to put that one in. The other one, but yeah.
I missed four of them.
Okay, that's why we have a manual. And one of the cool things that, again, goes back to Hart, that man did a whole lot on this project. So all kinds of credit to Hart. But along with being able to choose different colors, we were also even able to choose like what kind of dotted and dashed lines we wanted.
Yeah.
So I picked one that's a dot and dash to kind of differentiate it from anything else. So it's nice and clear.
Okay, so I missed a heat set insert here, the two in the front, and the one there.
Yep. So. And the one for the tool head board is worth noting. That one is a little critical on the insertion depth on it, just because it's such a thin piece. You don't want it to poke too far out of the backside, but that kind of has been accounted for if you go a little too far.
Okay. And
we'll see when we get to the idler bearing cover piece, which is just to your right next to the accent pieces there. It's got a notch in the top of it just in case either the screw is in too far or the heat set goes too far. So it's
that guy there.
It's kind of been accounted for.
The notch there. Yeah.
So exactly.
Okay.
So just in case, like I say, I've tried to think of everything, but there will be undoubtedly something. So little details like that is why it's taken so long to get to the point we're at right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of every project, right? Especially when you release it at this level of polish.
Yeah.
Well, it takes time to get to this level of polish.
It does.
It takes time and testing and feedback.
The testing is the biggest thing. And the feedback on this project has been swift and in very large quantity. So as soon as I opened up the beta to a few more people on it, it kind of exploded. Like it really took off on everything. Hey, I'm having problems with this. Hey, I think we could do something better with this. And some of that was actually going back and explaining why I did certain things. So that's one thing that most people don't realize is not everybody knows all your thoughts. Did you miss another one there?
I missed 5 total so far. I'm embarrassed. People are calling me out on it too. Bill Brothers, thanks for being a member. Very happy to see G2. Galileo has been very good to me. Awesome. It is amateur hour, apparently. Found a new YouTube bug. Oh no. Orbiter 3 is its own tool head, similar to a Chimera. Apparently, if you have 2 chat windows open, the backspace command loses its place and deletes. Interesting. Okay. I didn't even think about this piece, so I'm not gonna blame myself for this one. I got sidetracked in getting to the manual at that point. So.
Well, and for what it's worth, to put the heat sets into that one is somewhere on page like 38. So
I'm just
we
doing
would have gone a ways
all
through.
the heat sets at once. Because
Yeah,
my
there's
little
nothing
iron
wrong
here
with that.
takes a bit to heat
Yeah.
up.
Well, and there's a nice little pun included for that specific heat set. So when we get to it, you can take a look.
Okay. I think that's all of them. Turn it off. Put it off to the side. So we've got heat set inserts. And that little guy. Don't forget the heat set and the idler bearing cover, which is also part of the front body assembly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to get into assembly.
We are jumping right in.
Awesome. What happened with the mic volume? Did the mic volume change for other folks? Let's see if we can get multiple people saying I need to make a change.
And is it my volume or Steve's volume?
So take this piece. We're going to throw that in there. Throw a bearing on there. And this is the MR115 bearings.
Correct.
Both are fine. Folks are saying it's fine. DJ says it's fine, and I pretty much listen to what DJ says.
Don't tell him that. He's going to get a big head.
When it comes to audio stuff. Both are 5x5. Awesome. It's just low. That's interesting. That's weird. But okay, so this is the little idler cover with the bearing in there, and this acts as the idler for the other side of the drive gear here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, a lot of this is kind of based on your own thoughts and then other folks in the community doing experiments with different things that impact extrusion consistency, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was really diving into this is when I forget who put the video out, but someone put out a video on extrusion consistency, and maybe it was Mirage, actually, Mirage C.
Yep. The Hevort guy.
Yeah, the Hevort guy put out a video on extrusion consistency, and some of those things I had already known about, and some of the things were kind of new info, like the idler bearing, for example. It's a pretty common thing that we've known about. I mean, an Ender 3 comes stock with an idler bearing on it, but it's also Bowden. So it was basically a combination of everything that was currently available with information about visual fine artifacts, and minimizing that as much as I can with the larger drive gear, the idler bearing, the planetary gearbox, which leaves kind of the gear meshing issues you can get noise in gear meshing.
Mm-hmm.
It leaves that out, and still keeping a lightweight package so you can throw it around on the tool head as hopefully as fast as you can.
Yeah.
But everything was a consideration at that point. There was nothing that was off the table.
And that was Mirage C and Mihai Design. We're doing some testing in that area and published on YouTube.
Yep.
Sergei, I hope all the best for your cat. So they're in the hospital right now. I hope they come out of it okay. Yeah. Okay, so we got this part installed. Then we move on, and we're gonna attach that idler piece with the M3x8, which is going to come out later if we install a tool head, right?
Correct.
So we install it
Yep.
here to hold it in place, and it'll get held in place with other bits of the assembly later. When we put the tool head in, we'll swap this screw, remove it, and reinstall it for the tool head board.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's actually listed in that description there. So whether or not you're using a tool head board, you need to put a screw there.
Oh, there we go. I could have read. Yep. Okay, then we got a pivot bearing. So another one of these same things, and a lot of effort in making sure that the printed parts will fit bearings, as well as some access holes. If you notice, they come all the way through, so you get some thin rod to push these bearings out. And I think this was part of my feedback, making sure that that hole is not over the seal, it's over the race of the bearing, or the outer housing of the bearing, the outer race.
Yes,
I guess it is.
That
so
was
that you're not
100% your feedback.
Damaging the
seals.
The seals. Yep.
Exactly. And that hole, I think it's a 2mm hole. I basically designed to have like a really small Allen key be able to poke the thing out. And those holes that you suggested actually ended up doing twofold on the things on it. On the printed part, they actually had a little bit of clearance for the bearing itself, so that you can have,
a little
you
more
know, kind of
tolerance.
exactly, like a little
Yeah.
more flexing point in there where it's not as critical, and you know, you're not going to break your fingers or the printed part shoving a bearing into it.
Kind of like the hexagonal profile that we're using on these
Hmm.
pinholes on the end here. It might be hard to see, but there's a hexagonal profile to that makes it a little easier for the pin to fit through across a variety of printer settings.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, most 3D printers don't print a circle perfectly circle, but we'll do a much better job on a hex. So the flats on the hex are designed to kind of hold that in place. And it can be a somewhat loose fit on some printed parts, but people that don't have their PA tuned, it'll actually be a really tight fit. So
Yeah.
I had to go with the majority. So some people may have some issues with that, getting it through, use a pair of pliers or something. But for the most part, it should slide right in and work nicely. If it's a little bit loose, it's not an issue either, because it will have tension against it when it's all installed.
Yep. And I'm noticing I'm having it slightly on the looser side of fit on my printed parts here. So, let's see, just catch up on chat real quick. I want to buy a second printer. I can't decide between the Elegoo Neptune 4 and the Lurdex 9. What do you recommend? I don't have any resin printer recommendations. I have next to zero experience, but maybe someone in chat will give their opinion. Hey, Hacks Potato. I turned an arbor to press those tiny bearings in. And someone's still in the melty plastic stage of this journey. What problem does this extruder solve, and where is it applicable in the Voron line? Just trying to improve extrusion consistency, right? That's the base goal.
Yeah, that's the initial consideration and main consideration and ending consideration after, you know, printability and the rest of it. So
yeah,
the better we can make it. I mean, people have actually shown that they can find issues, we'll call them, in their own printers after the extrusion is good enough to be able to see those problems. Like one person on a V2 noticed that they had some Z Drive issues because the extrusion consistency, excuse me, was so good on G2 that they could actually see that there was a problem with their Z drives. So,
hey,
yeah,
TJ,
which is kind of cool.
This is the alternate printed part where it uses an ECAS collet for retaining the filament guide tube into the part. I did not print this one. I actually run this one on my other Trident that I have this whole setup installed on. But this one I'm just doing the 4mm hole. And then, we get into the gearbox assembly now.
Yeah, so, I actually just made a note for the manual to add in the part where people that are not using the ECAS can basically skip that page. So.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Contrusion existency.
Yes, exactly. I'm slightly dyslexic sometimes. It happens.
Dr. Dave is absolutely right. So a lot of the things we cover on this channel are just that extra little bit, fun to build. CW2 is still a pretty darn good extruder. I've had tons of luck with it. Many people have tons of luck with this. This is not a must-have upgrade. It's an option.
Yeah, as always, everything's always an option. Yep. If you have something that's working well for you and you don't want to mess with it, don't mess with it. If you want to try something new and shiny that might help your extrusion consistency a bit, and then I said it right that time, but show off your other issues that your printer may have, give it a shot.
Okay, so all of these bits and pieces, we are going to first put a bunch of these, or 3 of these M115 bearings in there, and they slide right in without, they're not a loose fit, but they're popping right in and not enough to fall out if I turn it over. So that's good.
And some of those will fall out, but it's a non-issue once it's assembled, because the MJF, once with the MJF tolerances, that 0.2 millimeters tolerance can make or break the difference in whether they stay in or fall out. So
And
just know that that's a possibility.
Victor, the whole point of Galileo2, it is a planetary gear setup. Yep. So the answer is yes. How much is the G2 kit? Was I seeing $40?
It's around 45 for the extruder at
Okay.
MSRP. It's going to depend on the specific vendor as to what they're actually charging with it. And then the Z drives are around 39 or 40, with most of the retailers giving a discount if you do multiples, like if you do 4 or more. So if you need 4 for a printer instead of $160, it usually ends up being closer to like 140.
See. MJF
Which,
was
to be clear, is still not cheap, but yeah.
MJF was chosen for the gears right now because of ramp up costs. There is plans to make injected molded palm gears as the next option. And Jason mentioned that earlier. And Sheldon, LDO does not sell any pre-made print heads for the Voron, for your Trident kit. Everything is parts, and then you obtain printed parts or print them yourself and then assemble it. And then Dr. Dave, with his usual, he has to finish the thought. To be clear, the G2 is amazing, and I really like mine. I'm running 2 different generations of tests, so both are great extruders. That's the short. Hey, Ricky B. Will LDO include the Z drives in their V2 kits? I do not believe so, but that is fully up to LDO and how they want to or distribute their kits.
Yeah, there's been no talk to Jason from Jason to me on using the Z drive kits, but there has been some potential talk of using the G2 extruder kits in their kits potentially. So that may be a nice little bonus at some point if Jason ends up pulling the trigger on that and going through with it.
So I'm looking at this and realizing this is M6, and that's hilarious because it's an M6 with a pass-through, which is not necessarily easy to find. And this is not included in the new ones, right? Or is it?
Correct. That was one of the big feedback points we got, is people would rather have the ECAS for the lower profile.
Right.
But all of the Orbiter 1.5 kits and the Galileo kits came with the original Galileo 1 came with that M6.
Just to be clear for everyone, this isn't going to be included in the kits that go out. I have a beta kit that ended up having it. But the funny part of this is I needed this exact coupler for my VZBot because it's default printed part for the little printed piece for where the filament comes into the print chamber uses an M6 with a 4mm pass-through. I couldn't find one, and I didn't want to order 10 of them on Amazon from the one vendor that had them. So I remodeled the part to use a 10mm PC4 coupler. But now I'm looking at this and realize that I have 2 of these that I could have used because I have the one from the other kit I have. Oh well, it's better to have that.
Things we realize.
A little sidetrack, a little squirrel moment. Let me clean up and I'll take a video of my Galileo2 Z homing and whatnot. Should I upload it and DM it to you? You can send it to me, but I'm not sure I'll end up showing it on stream here, Pex Peppers. Because I have G2Z on the printer we'll be showing on camera. Okay, we're back to so we put the bearings in the planetary gears, and then we're gonna put those on to the carrier. In that orientation. So we got all these sitting right on there. Now we've got a nice little assembly here. Those are easy to find. We aren't looking for the right space. Automation Directs is where you can find those. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of thing that I just basically, if I can't get it on Amazon, then I wouldn't have had it in time, is the bigger thing. I needed it like a day. Okay, so here is some important notes, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what really grinds my gears? The G2 gearbox was made from MGF nylon and as such is subject to printed parts tolerances, just like any other printed part. Unfortunately, this means that some gearboxes will be tighter than others out of the box. So basically, the idea is we may need to work this in and make sure that we lube it. Let me capture Charlie. There we go.
Yeah, the first part of that basically talks about using a drill to just kind of run it in dry preliminary to get rid of any of the MJF dust that might still be in there because of the MJF process, as well as, you know, kind of wearing the gears in a little bit.
There it is. Super lube here that I'm going to use. So basically this goes in here and then we can move it around. Is this going to go in here right now? We're basically going to test fit anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, oops, I should have put that on the other way.
Yeah, that's the easy way to do it right there.
Yep. Should.
And if you kind of spin it while it goes, it should go in there. And you can feel if it's on the tighter end or the looser end.
Yeah, this feels pretty good. I don't think it's either tight or loose.
Okay.
I can't get it to free spin, but
sure. While I'm thinking about it, for the kit that you have, the holes to mount to the stepper are going to be a little bit tight, just as a heads up.
Oh, I remember
one of the things that was, it was one of the things that was updated. So
should they be M3?
Will not be a problem on the kits.
Should they be M3 all the way through?
Yes.
They are not tight.
But they're a little bit narrow is the thing. So because of the MJF printing part, the tolerances and such on it, it'll be a little bit, if you put it on the stepper, you'll see there's a slight overlap.
Oh, the diameter of the circle, center of the circles is off.
Yes.
Got it.
Exactly.
Got it.
So you should still be able to fit it through there, but it might be a little bit tough on the initial assembly, just as a heads up for it. Okay. And again, that's not a production part problem anymore. So
yeah. I am going to use Super Lube. What is the recommended lubrication for this?
So with the initial experience with G1, we've not really had any people that had any issues with the original Galileo one. Like we had a group buy that was all MJF and people kind of used whatever they had and it worked fine. The official recommendation, if you have it, is to use a silicone grease because it doesn't as readily absorb into the MJF and it shouldn't break anything down. But we've had people use Super Lube. We've had people use white lithium grease. I use a calcium sulfonate grease myself, and so far it's not caused any issues. And I've been running some form of Galileo or Galileo2 in a printer for a number of years now. So none of them have had any problems. Okay. So officially, stick with a silicone grease. Unofficially,
Super Lube is not a silicone grease, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah.
I don't actually have any Super Lube here, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. But I know a lot of people are pretty fond of it and use it for a lot of things. And so far, no one's had any issues.
Readily available.
Yeah. And I see Sanity mentioning, a lot of people have used EP2 without any issues as well. So, I mean, it's one of those where if you end up breaking apart, one, I would be kind of surprised. One, I would be kind of impressed. And then, if it's a printed part, we've got the means to do new printed parts. If somehow you break the MJF part, then you'd have to spend some more money. But I've not seen that so far.
Silicone. Yeah, I know, John. Super Lube does make a silicone grease and also a PTFE lube. They make both. How are we doing? We have 400 people here, and we're still in the 200 likes range. We're an hour and a half in. We have 415 people here.
Nice.
That's the most in a long time.
Hey, I'll take it.
We should be breaking my likes record. We need to hit 420 plus likes. I mean, if you guys really need it to be, you can hit exactly 420 and that's fine. I know people are going to want to leave it there. So if you really feel like you need to dislike if it hits 421, I'm okay with that.
Maybe we'll hit, like 694.20. That seems to be the only thing better than that. On the topic of grease, though, a lot of like dielectric greases are silicone grease. And that's actually exactly what I used for a couple of test ones on mine was some dielectric grease. And this is a
Okay.
little like pre-pressurized can where you just kind of tilt the thing and it'll squirt it out. So I use this for like my motorcycles and things like that. So I had it on hand. So I
Yeah.
threw some of that in, and it's worked fine as well.
Yeah, and we have 415 people here. I am trying to hit that 10K number, so and we'll do something special. I wanted to do something special at 5K, but that happened right at a super busy time last year with ERF and everything. So trying to hit that
1,000
10.
likes, it gives away a BZ bet.
I didn't say that.
And no, not at all.
How did the
Unless you hit 1,000, in which case then I heard it.
Is Chris Riley's Trident stream done? I didn't know I don't know that he had scheduled that when I scheduled this, so I didn't know I was going to step on his toes, but this is the only opportunity I was going to have in the next like 3 weeks. Was today. Oh,
and today also worked out for me, so.
Yeah. You know, like absolutely couldn't hurt your chances in the giveaway. It will not hurt your chances. Did I double negative that enough?
It can't not, maybe won't, possibly.
I am going to Smurf. I will be at ERF. I will be at Rockland Maker Fair, which is here in the Sacramento area. I'll be at OC Maker Fair, and I'm going to be at Bay Area Maker Fair for one day. Hey, Scott, welcome. Steve should run a 10K race when he hits 10K. 3 years ago, 100%. I'd go run a marathon. Today, give me a few months. Thomas, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, do we got Tim here? Sorry, I can't stay around, guys. Must go make spicy goodies. Have fun, Pex Peppers. Thanks for being here.
I like said spicy goodies. He makes some pretty good hot sauces.
Yes. Don't forget
and that
about
is
Rocky.
Not a paid endorsement.
Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. I will absolutely be there. I'm going to be driving a whole bunch of printers there, but that's too far out to even be talking about now. You talk about it because you got to plan it, but I'm not talking about it yet.
I'm going to try to make that one next year as well. It should be about a 12-hour drive for me.
Nice. What's the name of that maker fair in the Sacramento area? Rockland Maker Fair, and it's at Sierra College here in the Sacramento area. $36,000 square feet for Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. That's awesome. That's going to be great. Maybe a marathon printer build stream instead. We'll see. We'll do something. Okay, we got to get back. We got to get this done. We have 2 more things to install, and we're halfway. Well, we're not halfway done. We're going to run long. Yeah, okay. Bill, the last time that Rockland had a maker fair, I think was in 2017. They used to hold them there. But it's coming back. And it's only for like 4 hours. It's like 10 to 2 on a Saturday. So it's a 40-minute drive. I'll go check it out. Okay. That, and now we're going to put the kind of the drive module together, right?
Yeah, so once the planetary gear set is kind of worn in and lubed and all the rest of that, then we go into the actual assembly of the tilting module, as we call it, the G2 module. Yeah, so you already got those heat sets in that part. So the heat sets were broken down by part. So
then we're going
just to make sure you didn't miss anything.
MR148 bearing in here, and then some flathead screws to hold them in place.
Mm-hmm. And as I'd mentioned a little earlier, that was one of the late changes that we made in the game.
Okay.
And it's been beneficial in both printability and, kind of overall smoothness of the gearbox. Because otherwise the carrier shaft would rest against some printed parts in there. So now it actually seals on the edge of the bearing, which is a really nice change.
And these, even though they stick up just a tiny bit, there's enough lip on the carrier to keep it from rubbing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the amount that sticks up is like 0.2 or 0.4 millimeters, somewhere in between there. Call it 0.3 just for, middle of the road. And then the carrier itself has a 0.5 millimeter lip on it.
Okay.
So unless you have, somehow managed to bend your carrier shaft, it should have no contact with that.
Yeah, you're not going to be bending that.
Not easily.
And I've been a fan of retaining bearings like this with the edge of screws since my Hevo days, playing around with different modifications on that. So I approve.
I will give credit where it's due. That was actually thought of from the GE5C retaining on the Trident Z.
On Trident.
Yep.
Don't have to body slam the bearing into the part anymore. Hey Kyle, does this use the same parts as CW2? It does not. Will you ever get the LTT screwdriver? Jared and I both have them from original pre-orders. Jared pre-ordered his earlier than me, but I have one here. It's tucked in my drawer.
I was looking to see if I had mine behind me, but I don't. I also ordered a stubby.
I got the black one.
You got the exact same one I do.
Yeah. I don't think to use it much. I have used it more for other bigger projects, but not on the printer stuff.
I actually use it a lot for electrical work. So I still do electrical work occasionally on the weekends and such. And the feel of the ratcheting mechanism is light enough that I can run in like wall plates and whatever else, just doing general work.
So let's go back in here. We've got, I'm not going to highlight every one of these, but when you get a chance, read through this manual, because just about every page has a little thing. You know what really grinds my gears. Put a ring on it and
Family
don't
Guy
forget.
reference.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, exactly.
Bearing it down.
That's all him.
Bearing retainer screws. That one wasn't fun. The planets are aligning. You see. So we're gonna do this part. Okay, so we got our assembly here, and then this is just gonna go into here, and then there's some indexed parts that kind of fit together. Got a nice little, and look at that color combo. Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love that little spot color. For those that don't know, my V2 was actually Lowell Spot green at one point in time.
Oh yeah. What makes G2 Extruder so much more complex compared to G2 standalone? Now, we didn't talk too much. We briefly touched on G2 standalone. But I think I could probably answer this. I mean, the biggest difference is you had the constraints of the existing Clockworks 2 envelope. You had to fit this whole thing into the same packaging constraints as Clockwork 2.
Yeah, and same tool headboard constraints and the rest of it.
Filament path and overall size, cable chain location, all of that were some pretty significant challenges in getting around that. And I remember very early on, your challenges and your struggles with trying to find something that was going to work.
Yeah, well, and that's why we ended up going with the idler bearing as well, because there was not room for a 16 millimeter drive gear on that side. At least not, and still have, room for tool headboards and the rest of it, or, kind of skeletonized pieces sticking out kind of a thing. But the other big thing with G2E that makes it more complex is because of the way that the drive section is actually what is kind of the guidler in this case. So it's the tilting section on it. So the way that this ended up turning out, which we'll see when we get a little further in the manual, the way that it sets in there, the moment arm for the G2 module section is really long. So you can actually put a lot of pressure on that end of it because of how long of an arm it's got that goes along with that. So G2E's got some kind of special sauce on its own that nothing else has right now, so to speak. Whereas like the standalone is, again, this little standalone here is very similar to, like what you would expect with an orbiter,
right?
As far as, shape, size, overall dimensions, etc. So it's a little more traditional on G2SA, which is not to say that it's any worse. But G2E definitely has some, kind of magic with it that nothing else is really doing at this point. To the point that RCF called me an absolute mad lad for making the G2 module the tilting part.
Yes.
So
Clever. Love it.
Yep.
To answer Dr. Dave, yes, that is KVP Lulzbot Green, and KVP provided the Lulzbot Green filament for Lulzbot. So that is the official Lulzbot Green color. Or at least it was at one point.
And this point of the manual, the one other note that I have is when I originally was going to design the G2 setup with this tilting mechanism, I wasn't going to put a latch on it. And RCF was like, I know you've got space in there. I really want you to put a latch. So I spent a small amount of time. I ended up putting a latch on it. And I could never get it to feel just right on the latching part. And if you put too much tension, it ended up popping open. So at a certain point, I made the executive decision to go back to my original design, which was to not use a latch, but it does still have a finger hold. And that finger hold, along with the tension spring, can be used to effectively do the same thing as what a latch would do, just not in the permanent, capacity like the latch would. So if you open a latch, it stays open. And this one, you have to push it and kind of hold it for a second, but it's easy enough to do. So
same as you would have to do on any of the orbiter or any of that.
Yeah, basically.
Our next step is one small step for the motor, one giant revolution for the gearbox. So, so let's get that in there. Now, what orientation? Now, just off the top of my head, I'm not sure. This is going to sit on the back of the extruder like that. I probably want to do this.
If you do that direction, you end up with a lot more cable space to come over the top.
I like having extra cable length on my stuff. Now that just dropped right in there. They're not always going to do that.
They are always going to do that.
Is
so
it?
That's actually, that's actually a key point in the manual is they need to fall in like that. If you can get it off by one tooth and then you'll have just the slightest amount of friction on it. And if you do that, it's going to have problems in the rotation. So you shouldn't have to put any force on it. It should just fall straight in. So that was one of the big things. And so if it doesn't fall straight in, try to rotate the motor a little.
Wiggle that.
No, you don't want to wiggle it even.
Huh?
You don't even want to wiggle it. If you wiggle it, you can get those teeth just ever so slightly off. So you want to take that.
But it's dropping in with zero. It's not even touching all of them when it's coming in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
then you're good, but you don't want to rotate while you're doing it.
I also have, I don't know if they're all like this still, but I guess another note is the ring, the hole in the center of the ring gear can be really tight on the steppers. So once the sun gear drops in between the planetary gears, a little bit of back and forth can get that to seat like it did there.
Yeah, 100%. And that comes down to the MJF tolerances as well. I wanted that fit on the stepper to be nice and snug so that there would be no room for misalignment, even if there's some room in the gears themselves for, kind of backlash in there. I didn't want the stepper to be able to be misaligned from the ring gear.
And of course,
better a little too tight.
Every step counts. So let's follow this one. We're going to drop our printed part on here. Now, one of the things I thought was kind of clever in this whole setup from the beginning is using the back side of each of these against each other. And it gets aligned with this pin here. So 30 millimeter screw up here to hold this, and then I can stop having a death grip on not letting the motor fall out.
Yep.
And then this is one of those where I got to get past that MJF tightness. That's going in okay. And then it's a 30 on the other side as well. I've not been able to wear mine out. They have a ton of hours on them. It's still kicking. Do you have the step files for these models? Now, step files will be released after this initial feedback period, right?
Correct, yeah. So it is still considered a beta. It is released under GPL v3, which means CAD will be available for it. But right now, just to limit the amount of, we'll call it trash, that gets thrown out into the ether, that is the internet, trying to limit the amount of bad models that could potentially be thrown out there by waiting for initial feedback, getting the big problems fixed, and then once it's all minor stuff, we can drop that cat out for everybody.
I feel that's probably a good thing. I can just grab that and turn it.
Yep, that's exactly what you should be able to do. If it feels like there's any hitch or any resistance in there outside of, just being a 9-to-1 reduction, that's where you run into a lot of the issues. So it's not super easy to get it off that far, but it's not super hard either. So it's one of those things that really I tried to drive home in the manual. Hey, this is absolutely imperative that it just slides right in here without any force.
Mm-hmm. We have 421 people here and over 400 likes. That's incredible.
Awesome. That's really cool.
Did you say that the center hole of the ring gear got more clearance with the latest revision? Oh, on the
It did not get more clearance. Yeah, it did not get more clearance. That hole did stay the same size, but depending on the MJF parts that you get, it could either
it's gonna
just
vary.
fit snugly, or it could be a little bit tight. So if it's a little too tight, you can also take like a little knife or something and scrape out some material in the middle there. But I think I've had one in the total number of kits that I've had that I actually had to do that on. The rest of them have just been, just give it a little bit of pressure and it'll sit on there.
Planetary extrusion, it's out of this world. What do you recommend to install my thermal fuse on my bed? Solder it or just use the Wagos? Just use the Wagos.
Wagos all day.
We have 422 likes now. Nice. We broke the record. Woo!
424 is what I'm seeing.
Why there were so many memes in the Galileo Challenge channel. Should scroll up the manual to the cool. Keep it away from pets to avoid the extra vet bill. Yes. Just wondering as I can reuse the NEMA 14 without issue, I'd imagine. You can't reuse the NEMA 14 on Galileo 2. But there will be eventually a setup for this for Galileo 1 that does use the same NEMA 14. The same.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And that's going to use the special sauce drive gear, which I have a bag of somewhere around here, around my desk. I hastily cleaned up for the stream here, so there wasn't a bunch of extra stuff just floating around. But I do have some of the just drive gears by itself, and it does work with G1 in particular in the configuration. I can make Orbiter 2 work as well. It's a little bit thinner on the printed parts because of how much shorter the shaft is for that, but yeah.
Do you know if, so I'm looking at pieces here. So the planetary extrusion, it's out of this world. Ensure the flat face of the carrier shaft is facing out towards opening on the G2 module so that the drive gear grub screw is accessible, and install the custom 16mm drive gear onto the carrier shaft. And ensuring the filament path is facing outward, leave the grub screw loose for the next step. Now, do we know if the production kits have Loctite pre-applied to the grub screw?
I don't know for sure that was going to be a thing. I had asked Jason about it, and he said it shouldn't be an issue to get that on there. That was one of the early feedbacks. I don't know if those are on the kits that are out right now.
Okay.
So I did
keep an
put
eye out.
A note in the next section for it, but yes.
Put some Loctite on there if you need it. Some blue. Is there a dead center in the planetary gear dead zone? Is there? Do you know what they're talking about? John Lee.
So I think they're asking how much backlash there is in the gearbox itself as far as total number of degrees. In which case, again, it'll depend slightly on the MJF parts that you get, but there should be very little backlash initially. I would say less than a couple of degrees, truthfully.
Okay, so this is going to go on here like that. Now, one of the concerns I had when I assembled the latest version of this is how to actually make sure that we've got this lined up. And there is like you told me, there is a little bit of play here for that to self-center. And that amount of play there is almost the amount of gap that's here. So as long as that play is centered and the gear is centered, then it should be good.
Yeah, the easiest way that I have to kind of align that is to press the carrier itself as far in as you can, and then slide the drive gear as far down as you can so that it's at the bottom most on both of those, and then tighten it down.
question in chat is if I can feel any backlash just playing with it here on a non-broken gearbox. I feel less here, or about maybe less or the same as the backlash that I strive for when I'm building a CW2, because you need a little bit of backlash in there for the gear, for the gears on a CW2 to not bind up.
Right. Which is less of an issue on the planetary, but is still a consideration for it. And
Right.
if you really want to get a more fine feel, once you get the gear on there, you should be able, since you have a larger diameter, you should be able to get more feel in it. So,
Yeah. Gears spin, grub screws pin. So what is this very important step? To properly align the drive gear and the carrier shaft, press firmly down on the carrier shaft until it won't move any further, and then press firmly down on this, I'm sure, which puts them both at the same. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
If you wanted to bring the manual up and show that, you could do that too.
I intended to, but I didn't hit the right button. Or I didn't hit any button. Are you kidding? Thanks for being a member. To properly align, there should be roughly 1 to 2 millimeters of total travel in the carrier shaft in the in and out direction. I would say there's less than a millimeter on this, but with the carrier shaft
there can be a little bit more depending, but yeah.
Okay, so I agree with this whole setup here as far as that will get us as close as is possible. If we put this to the end of its travel and then put this up against the gear, then it should auto center itself on the filament path. So that is what I'm going to do there. Give that a little, probably about 2.5 ugga-duggas.
And just for reference on the G2 SA here, you can see where I'm moving my fingers. I don't know if you can see how much space there is, but it's probably between 1 and 2 millimeters total.
Yeah. Okay, now we have a little, what do you call this? The kind of bearing to capture the end of the carrier.
Yeah, so that's I forget what the printed part itself is called, but yeah, it's basically the mate to the one that's inside the back half of the planetary carrier part.
Shaft support.
And yeah, shaft support, we'll call it that. The kicker with this one is the front of it is technically open, so the bearing itself doesn't have anything holding it from the front, but the printed part on the front end of it does prevent it from falling out. So there was very little space to work with up there. We'll put it that way.
There is the last bearing in the assembly, goes into this printed part, and then this slides onto here and onto the end of the thing. And like I was saying, the gap there is probably less than the play in the carrier shaft.
Yes.
So this is going to go in here, get tightened down. Brian, thanks for remembering. I'm hoping to make it to OC Maker Faire this year. Awesome. Come and see me at the, I'll be, LDO and I are sharing booth space. So I'll be bringing a bunch of my printers down there and having some fun hanging out. Moves back and forth just a little bit. Yeah, that's the whole, that's basically that whole drive module assembly.
Yep. Yeah, that's the whole tilting mechanism at that point.
Tilting mechanism. There we go.
Yep. G2 module is what we called it in the manual. I feel like that's probably the more appropriate name for it. But yeah.
Is this pivot? Pivot?
Exactly.
Pivot?
Exactly. Friends reference, yep. Most of my references are, TV shows like The Family Guy, what really grinds my gears, the pivot was from Friends with the couch in the hallway, which, fun fact, my wife and I actually went to a pop-up that they did in Chicago where you can take a picture with the couch that they used for that. So
nice.
I have a picture trying to pivot with the couch there.
Iconic Fab, thanks for being a member. Loctite is needed for the grub screw. Yes, and I did apply Loctite.
Yeah, I'll actually re-verify that one with Jason, because that was something that Doc had actually brought out in some of the initial feedback earlier on, along with trying to include grease, which is a hard thing for Jason to do with shipping out of China. it's considered hazardous goods. So,
Oh, yeah.
but the Loctite was something that could definitely be pre-applied, and he was going to work on. I don't know where that ended up at the end of it.
That pin goes in there. And like I said, my printed parts are on the loose side. So that slid in just fine. The last one I assembled on these, it was on the tight side, and it's working just fine too. I actually used my Knipex pliers to push the last one in. It was so tight, but it was still fine.
And that's the goal. So as wide a variety of people printing parts as there are going to be out there, we want to cover as many of them as we can.
Yeah. Was it not possible to put the thread inserts so that you're trying to pull them through rather than out of the hole? It depends on the application there, whether it's required, Jeremy. That is a good idea in most cases to have threaded inserts on a pull versus on a pull through versus pull out configuration. Yep. This part here where they're at, there will not be any forces in that direction. All we're doing is holding a piece in place. And especially one of the notes when you're doing heat set inserts is making sure that that heat set, the closer to flush it is with your part that you're clamping together, the less likely that it's going to use that little bit of extra gap to pull and weaken it, right? So if you put it in under flush and you tighten it too much, it could pull that and weaken it. Oh, sorry, had to catch Charlie. But in any case, there are certain areas where we do still have a pull setup because it's not possible, but then there's other areas where it's really not important.
Yep. The biggest thing, like you said, is just that it's not pulling any forces or anything. It's just holding a bearing on the front of it. So
we are still an hour and 10 minutes away from giveaway, and we've blown our record likes away before giveaway time. So let's keep it going. Maybe we can hit 500 likes by giveaway time. I bet you we can hit 500.
I think we can do that. That's only 14 more at this point.
In an hour and 8 minutes.
13.
Is it only 13 more?
It's only 13 more.
Okay, we need to hit 600.
I'm lying. It's actually 53 more, but
53.
If you tell the people it's not many more people will go down there and hit the button, right?
My old replicator first gen motherboard burned, and I would like to keep my dual extrusion and fix it without using too much money. What do I do? There's all kinds of inexpensive 5 and 6 driver boards out there. Take your pick. I don't know what considerations you have to worry about with an old replicator though. Yeah, I have no experience with it, so I'm telling you just that there are things with enough driver outputs to satisfy a dual extrusion setup. What else you need for your setup, I have no idea.
Even an SKR 1.3 board at this point is still a good enough board to run almost any printer.
Yeah. Okay, so this gets set inside of that front piece now. And what is our prepare for docking? Align the G2 module's pivot pin with the center of the pivot bearing and install the G2 module flush to the bearing. Then we're going to go on to these pieces. Now I already put in that heat set, so I'm just going to kind of skip ahead so I don't have to keep bouncing back and forth as much. So got chains. I printed the correct one for my LDO kit, 2-hole. Okay, and then we'll go to there. So, need more people to start watching. Well, you'd be surprised at what we can do with the like counts, and the math doesn't seem to add up, but it's because people come and go. So the number you see of viewers right now, there's probably I bet you half the people that are watching right now haven't hit like. Maybe not half, maybe a quarter. There's probably 100 likes on the table right now with the viewers that are watching right now.
Mm-hmm. We really are only 16 away from 500 now. 484.
Wow. Okay, so that goes into that bearing that we had placed before. And why am I missing? Why am I missing a bearing? I didn't grab enough. Now, early kits were missing a bearing.
Yes.
The early beta kits were missing a bearing, and that's what I have.
The very early beta, yeah, exactly. Yeah. 495.
So I had purchased extra bearings. Now to get the other things that I was working on, I stole bearings from different kits. So I think this one was short 2 because I stole a bearing for another part of the project. So this guy goes down in here. And if that's tight, that's an excellent use case for those Knipex pliers.
Shouldn't be too tight. That's
It's
one of the
not.
places where you can also get some binding, because the front half has a lip, but the back half is flush all the way down. So it's really easy to get it kind of cantilevered in there. So that's when you got to take a little care with whenever you're putting it in there. And then the other note is that the pin that you put into the G2 module there will more or less self-center whenever you when you put this back on there. So the official procedure is to squeeze it down first so that the pin self-centers, and then put the fasteners in.
It's John Stern in chat, because this next one is perfect for, this is something John would say. Lost in space?
He is.
Better find your bearings. Install the final bearing, making sure to prevent the bearing from tilting sideways while inserting. This bearing can be tricky to install due to the position of the bearing in the printing part, which you just explained.
Yep.
Saw the number go up, go down, then up. Well, I'm sure we have people hitting the like button an odd number of times. Everyone's doing an odd number. This goes on here, and we use a couple of M3x20s to hold it in place.
I'm just going to throw this out there. When we do the giveaway, let's make sure that we don't give like 500 as an option for the number of rotations we can go through.
Oh, I already have it. It's already set. No, I don't have it. Okay. I sort of have it. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. M3x20. So that goes on there. Now we do have 2 heat sets in a pole configuration here, but this whole assembly gets sandwiched. So these don't have to be tight. They just have to hold in place.
Yep.
And that's something I had brought up questioning, and then I got schooled on the full setup. That there's 2
on the
screws
30
that go through
millimeters
here.
next to it. Yeah, exactly.
Make RS, member for 14 months, 500 likes because of the great content. Thank you. Appreciate that. What did the ABS say to the PEI sheet? When things get hot, we got to stick together.
That's good.
James, thanks for being a member for 16 months, over 500 likes. Thanks for all the content. Thank you. Okay, so those are nice and snug. And now we've got, so this is kind of, now we can demonstrate this is how the filament path gets tension on it. Is there's your spring nut there that pushes that way. Filament goes straight down here, and yeah, I think I should be able to see.
Can't see it.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm seeing with the light how centered
Gotcha.
you could look down here with the light behind it. You can look down here and see the curve of the drive gear and see how centered it is. And it looks good. Do we have a weight on this? Has anybody weighed it?
I think somebody weighed it, and it was lower than I was expecting it to be, but I don't remember exactly what it was. I want to say it was like in the range of 230 maybe.
Okay.
The standalone is about 150.
Okay, back to here. We got this. We got to get this thing installed. Now we're going to put this in space. Every door is an escape hatch. Put this guy on here. Now, one of the things that I remember you wanting on here is you wanted some friction in this door. So what we have is a heat set in here, but it goes into threading into plastic. So it gives some extra kind of very low.
Makes it a lock nut.
Exactly. Low strength lock nut. So this is going to thread.
The only downside to that, since it's a 20 millimeter long screw, it takes a while to get it all the way down, but it does help with that lock nut effect. It keeps it so that if you have to adjust it a little bit, it doesn't loosen up.
So then I went too far. Pull that back. Oh, not enough. There we go. Perfect. And you just want it to hold in place on its own, but get pushed into place.
Exactly.
Will the new extruder support Mellow SB 2040? I don't see any reason why not. It should. What's on the other side of the filament path? There's an idler bearing. I love my original, but ditched it due to stealth burner. I like my LGX light, but sometimes I feel it doesn't have the same force as the other extruders. Time for the Hoto. That could have been. You're right.
And
there is
you would
room
be right
for...
on the LGX.
Huh?
He would be right on the LGX. It does not have as much extrusion force because of how large the drive gears are and the overall ratio on it. So G2 will be a little better on that as well.
Nathan, thank you for being a member. Awesome design. Awesome design, Jared. From Nathan.
Thank you.
Can confirm that the Mellow SB 2040 fits. Been running one since Murph. So Dr. Dave is confirming that that fits. Okay, so our face hatch is done, and then we can put our chain mount in here. And chained up. Here's where you'll find out just how straight you installed the heat set earlier. And then we're basically done, right? Then the in-through screw. So this guy goes in here, and it's kind of keyed. There's a keyed feature there to hold it straight. And this particular version has a little clip for the chamber thermistor, and that's the same style that my LDO kit has. So that's on there.
Yep.
And then, I'm gonna reuse the thumb screw from that's on my LDO kit now. It's the same thing, but I think I stole this one for another something. Is the cover secured with a magnet against opening and resonance? There is a screw hole right here for a flathead. One of these little M3 flatheads.
Yep.
We'll hold
and that was actually a little change as well. I think the normal Clockwork 2 uses a button head there, and somebody's first thought was, well, why can't we put a flathead there? It would look nicer. So I did, and I agree, it does look nicer.
I turned the Charlie cam right back on, but when he goes to squat. Hey Nuno, welcome. Any info on VFA or banding? How's the initial feedback on extrusion consistency? I guess that's the question.
So Weaselis has some pretty good info on the extrusion consistency, and I think he's posted that in the Galileo Open channel, but I don't know that for a fact. Let me see if I can find it.
So I'm going to steal the LDO thumb screw here off of my printer. It's this. It came with. I don't know why I don't have it immediately in here. I think I probably needed something for something else. But this just goes in here and threads into that screw that's in there. Now, because of the length of this lever arm, the tension on this doesn't need to be much, and it's described here in the manual. Latches, where we're going, we don't need latches. So, due to the design nature of G2E, you will not need a lot of tension on this screw. Start with 2 full turns in from fully loose, then adjust while extruding as necessary. So.
Yeah, I can't find the info from where Weaselis had posted it, but he's from the UK. He did a couple of tests on the beta kits that were going to the UK members. He tested all of them that he had, which I think was a total of maybe 3. But he did a run out test and everything on there, and then posted all the math that came along with it. It was really cool to see the mathematical side of it, along with all the printed parts that have been shown off.
Yeah, we'll give Charlie some treats at giveaway time. Has there been any work? Anybody done any mods for filament sensor within this?
So not within the beta group, and the few people that have wanted to do that have been part of the Gen Pop that haven't had the CAD to do so. So okay. I've been actively discouraging people modifying the STL files directly. Let me put it this way: if you want to modify it, don't tell me that you're modifying it, and please don't post parts out there for other people. just because I don't want those floating around the internet whenever the full version goes out and the CAD is actually released for it, because then you'll have, you know, things that weren't fixed on the versions that are, you know, floating out and available. So there will be at a certain point. I can assure you of that. Just right now, there's not.
Cool. Hey, Stuart. So this is Galileo2. Now, the next steps is we're going to put this on a printer and we're going to print with it, which means I'm going to have to cut the stepper motor wires here and crimp on a connector to connect to the tool head board I have. And yeah, and then we are going to also get a look at the Z version of this module, of this setup. Now, to do that, I'm going to have to remove and disassemble one of the Z modules that's on this printer, because I am running the beta version of these Galileo2 Z drives on the printer that we're installing this on. So I had 4 of those Z module kits, but I had an extra of the extruder, so that's why we were able to do this with the extruder. Okay, are we ready? Bring the printer up here. Get rid of this. Okay, heavy, heavy, heavy. Oh, we got a printer. So
Amazing how heavy they get, isn't it?
yeah. So this is my original LDO. This is a pre-release from the original V2 kits that LDO produced. I did this on stream, one of the first big builds I did on my stream. I did it Christmas time, started right before Christmas of 2021 is when we started this build. Has quite a few hours.
The color scheme.
Yeah, and Jared right here is the man responsible for several of my printer color schemes, including this one. So just so everyone knows, he's also the man responsible for the final touches on my logo, on this logo. So anyway, why not change the Z?
Happy to help.
On the Micron, because I have the Z's on here. That's why. Now I'm really now I've got to look around the printer to see chat, which I always hate doing. So this printer has the Voron 2 Galileo 2 Z Drive modules, which gives it the Trident skirt look. And this is the same printer I teased on Twitter quite a few months ago. Now, I have credit for the logo design. I designed the logo. Jared cleaned it up and made it prettier. So, yeah, exactly. We said the same thing. That's awesome.
Yep.
We had our stories straight.
You betcha.
Okay.
The next slide we might not get so lucky on.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap out the Clockwork 2 for the Galileo 2, and then we're going to probably just swap out this front right drive module. I'm going to leave the rest of these here just in the interest of time. I think swapping out all of the Z Drive modules, even though I have all the parts printed for it, it's just going to take too much time. And I can run one rebuilt. All the gears are the same, so they're all broken in the same, so it shouldn't make any difference at all.
Right.
So let me just get into disassembling this guy.
And refresh my memory, is that a 250?
This is a 300.
300, okay.
Yeah. This is a 300. They don't make a 250 V2 kit.
That's right, they don't.
Yeah.
They make a 250 Trident, but they don't make a 250
Correct.
V2. Just like V2, they don't make a 350
it's 300
Trident.
And 350, and for Trident it's 250 and 300.
Yep.
So I don't know what else I've done on this printer since the initial kit build. I don't think much of anything. Has the motor itself changed from the original or uses the same motor? It is a different motor. I mean, the motor itself is the same, but the configuration of the motor is different. The output shaft and the gear on it is different. So they're not interchangeable.
Yep.
So this does have a two-piece tool head board, so make it a little easier to deal with. I am still running a Dragon hot end on this. No reason to change it. It's working.
Don't you have one of those Red Lizard ceramic hot ends floating around somewhere as well? How's that been?
I do. I don't like it.
Curious on that one. You don't like it?
No, I have I was having temperature maintaining issues with it, and the one I had tried to put it on my Mercury 1, and
Gotcha.
I was getting with just the part cooling fan, it was causing too much of a difference. It wasn't able to keep up on the first one I installed. So I bought another one, and it was, but barely. So I don't know what's going on with those, or if it's something else in the printer that's causing it. But
yeah, I wonder if it's something with the duct design on the...
Zombie saying I have the same issue on my Red Lizard. So
yeah, his is the UHF as well. Yours is the standard flow, or the high flow, or whatever they call it, not the ultra high flow, right?
I believe.
Or did you get the UHF one?
I believe it's the standard. Do you have any print on your current stealth burner that can be compared to the G2 once you installed it, just so we can get a comparison look at the prints? All of these parts were printed on my Trident, which has a G2Z. However, I've done a lot of changes on the Trident, and I do have some input shaping tuning that needs to be done. There's some ringing on these. It can't maintain a set point like Rapido. Yeah. That printer typically, my Mercury 1 typically has a drop effect XG, the next one, the new version of it. And it's back on there and it's working fine. So as soon as I changed that, that was the problem. So I'm gonna pull this stuff out.
I still have the earlier version of the drop effect, and outside the weirdness with the steel nozzle for the copper nozzle, it's been fine. I still don't like the proprietary part of it though. It makes it really hard to get, other or better nozzles.
The new one uses just a V6.
Awesome. Might have to check into that. Because I really like their design. That it's kind of a hybrid, like small copper heat block along with the ceramic heater, best of both worlds kind of a thing.
This 40-pin connector is always so freaking tight, or whatever it is, 18 pin. How many pin is that?
I don't know.
14 pin.
14, 16, pin. 14.
Ow. There we go. Okay. I have a Rapido 2 to try. Attempt to put it on the Twisted T if I have time. Why don't you just use the motor from the CW2 on the G2? Because the output gear is different. The G2 uses a 9-tooth, same modulus, but it's a 9-tooth gear, and it sticks out further. It's a wider gear, so it has better engagement with the planetary gears.
Yep.
Yeah, this printer will eventually get some sort of CAN bus or USB tool head board. I just haven't swapped to it. I'm mostly seeing how long this wiring harness lasts on it, and so far this one has been fine. This printer is outfitted with tap. Yep.
You probably just jinxed yourself on the longevity of that, by the way. It's not going to start up now.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Murphy says that will be the case.
Yes. Okay, so now this should come off. There we are. Bits and pieces. And yeah, a dragon. Is it even? Oh, it is a high flow. It is a dragon high flow. Whew, it's showing a little bit of charring. I can't actually see that. Showing a little bit of charring around the around the heater block. But it works. How does this compare to the orbiter now?
You want me to answer that one?
Sure.
So the orbiter overall will probably have a slightly higher total amount of extrusion force because it's still using, the dual drive gears versus an idler and a single drive gear. But on the whole, it should perform very comparably to what Orbiter 2 has for its benefits, while also still having a slightly better gearbox that doesn't induce any noise into the prints and a more consistent extrusion because of the custom drive gear. So may not be quite as high on the total extrusion force, but should be better overall for a total package. That's the hope anyway. That's what we're testing though too. So initial results seem to show that that's the case.
I don't think it's very clear to everybody that you have to use the 9-tooth motor that comes with the G2 extruder kit and can't use the 10-tooth motor. Use the motor that comes with the kit.
Yeah, you're not going to buy a kit and then not use the motor from it, but yeah, Orbiter 2 is still 7.5 to 1 versus the 9 to 1.
Hey,
but
John,
because of the larger drive, go ahead.
Yeah. John's back. What was the? It
was a little bit further up.
There we go.
One more.
Here's the joke for you, John.
Yeah.
I thought this should have been said by you. Lost in space, better find your bearings.
And Delvin, for your question there about looked into 2 idler bearings, yes, I was originally going to do 2 idler bearings, and that was before the next extruder was announced, to get the additional force on the drive gear itself. The problem was that I found the size of the bearings I would have needed to use were either prohibitively small to the point where like it's a 2 millimeter hole in the middle of the bearing itself, or the drive gear would have needed to be like 25-30 millimeters in diameter, which is how Prusa got away with it. So that was a consideration, but it ended up not.
Are you still there? Can you hear me? Now you're there.
There we are.
Yep. Okay. You went dead?
Yep. My left AirPod did not give me any warning. It just went doo doo doo.
Yeah, I heard it.
Did I get all of my thought out on that?
I think you did. Because right at the end of what you were saying, I just heard a little buzz in my ear. And sometimes that's my end, and I have to reconnect my AirPods to the computer. But yeah. Okay, so remember that that screw that we put in here just to hold the idler housing in place. We got to remove that so we can put the tool head board in here. And I'm pretty sure there's no spacer required on this one, right?
No spacer.
Bolt it directly into place. I know some early work on this in terms of fitting tool head boards was all around fitting that Big Tree Tech board for me. The SB 2040 thing.
Well, and initially the reason why that is because the what do you got?
Well, you've got this is a board that needs the extra clearance on the Yep. So I'm gonna break out the file and knife and make me some extra clearance.
There you go.
So what's happening?
While you're doing that,
here, real quick, let me explain what's happening here. Let me see if I can get in here. Okay, so the stepper connection on this tool head board is at the top of the board, and it's running into the printed part for it's running in right there. before I can
Yep.
actually put it in properly in place. So I'm going to mark this where I need to adjust it. So I'm just going to make some scores in it with my knife here as an easy way to mark it. And then I'm going to work on this while Jared says whatever he was going to say.
Yeah, and the squirrel got me, and now I don't fully remember what it was. What were we talking about during that?
Oh.
I don't either. Was it something in the? I don't know. It may come to me later on, but it looks like Nuno is asking what is G2SA, and I'm looking to see if anybody else has that info on there. But G2SA is Galileo2 standalone. It's basically a drop-in replacement for the Orbiter or a Sherpa Mini extruder, and it is this little guy that I have in my hand right here. This one is printed in glass-filled, carbon-filled, actually, ABS. And it is a small, lightweight with a little knob in the front. And the reason for the knob, for those that have asked about it before, is because this setup is used for the Z drives and everything. So there is extra length on the carrier input shaft. So to take up that extra space, we went ahead and made a little knob that helps with filament loading and unloading and makes a really nice fidget toy. So that is G2SA standalone. And it's a drop-in replacement for Orbiter and Sherpa Mini stuff. So it'll fit on like a Zoll 2. It'll fit on some of the others and still get the benefits of Galileo2 on it.
This is going to be an easy piece for me to replace later.
Yep.
So I'm just going to quickly hack some clearance in this, so as not to take up too much of our stream time here.
And DJ, to answer your question as to what's a better fidget toy, the G2 standalone or tap, I would say they both serve different functions. The tap, you get the nice click feel out of that, like that snap feel that you get with it, which you may not be able to hear with noise cancellation on Steve's side. But this is like a nice, smooth, twisty, rotating motion. So it's satisfying itself on a whole different level. So yes to both. So yeah, that's one of the boards that Steve had talked about, though, with this separate piece here with the little notch cutout that would have worked fine for that. As I mentioned, for those that were here, you already know, but the thing I didn't like about this one is that the screw kind of bulges right along the edge of the seam there. And I didn't want to include this one as the main one because one of the things is kind of ease of assembly. If you wanted to take this apart, you can just take out one screw, and instead of having to redo all your cable chain stuff, you can just take out the one, and then the whole thing kind of comes apart. But when you have that little notch in there, you can't pull it straight out. It gets caught on the edge of it. So
yeah, that makes sense.
That was one of the driving things of trying to make ease of assembly and the rest of it. So, but I do really like where this ended up being placed in the overall design because it's so close to the tool head board itself. It lends itself very well to being able to like make different mounts. So this is the SB2040 board. The cable that goes in here, it's going to be very easy to make one of these for people that run umbilical to not have a chain, but still have a loop over here that you can zip tie that wire to, so that your wire is nice and supported with the same chain setup. I think for CW2, they actually had a piece that came from over here and back around the stepper and then supported the bottom side of the back of the board itself. And that's a lot of extra plastic and running into the back of things, whereas this one can just come straight over from that side. Makes it nice and easy and quick. So I'm really happy with how that turned out.
Okay, so I'm getting lengths here. I'm gonna cut my stepper wires and crimp on a JST. Is there an ETA on G2 standalone manual?
That one is going to be the most delayed manual because we've been doing everything else first, but it's in progress right now. And Timot, I do still have the original twist. As a matter of fact, I think I still have it somewhere around here sitting on something. I've got an old version of it. I don't know what happened to it though, but I did keep that as a fidget spinner. So that one was probably the most satisfying fidget spinner that you could find.
Question, did you make a way for people to access the USB-C port on the back of that board? Looks like the mount would block any cable from plugging in. I don't remember having trouble plugging in that USB-C cable to initially flash it, but it's been a while.
So, yeah, that's going to depend on, if you're doing umbilical or not. So for the umbilical side, it's not a problem. And Hart actually made an adapted version of his umbilical mount that goes around the USB port of it. But from the standard side, you can see it does interfere with that. So you've got a couple of different options. If you're doing umbilical, you can either make have a different chain mount here that will be specific to the USB-C side instead of the CAN bus side. Or you can just, there's so many choices for it. You can design something that is just shorter so that it doesn't come back as far. Basically shrink it down. So a couple of options. You need a different screw if you made it shorter, but that may be, a requirement either way. So there's options. I don't personally cover every single use case because if I'm not the one that's using that, I don't find myself as the subject matter expert for it. So usually it's more beneficial to make those as user mods for the people that are more than capable of doing those. So, so options are available.
What is my wire order here?
And there was a question about an EBB36 mount. Let's see, Obi-Wan Kenobi, how is the rear clearance with the G2SA on Zoll plus a CAN bus board like EBB36? Sometimes there are problems hitting the umbilical gland in the rear corner because it's too deep. So G2SA is going to be a little bit further back than say like Orbiter is. So if I align the fronts of these on the mounts, you can maybe see here that there's a little more length on G2SA over here. So if you have an EBB36 style board, you probably will run into problems with it. Depending on how, if you're running like a Trident or a V2 or whatever else, as far as that goes. So I know there's less issues on a Trident just because the Z chain is not there. So there's a little more clearance. But on a V2, you'd probably have some issues. So I don't have a workaround for that at the moment, but I'm sure somebody that's clever will come up with something. To the point of if you're using something with even spacing like the Sherpa Mini mounting, you could even flip the whole thing backwards so that the stepper motor is facing the front, which would throw off your center of balance a bit, but would be something that's still a workable solution. So there's never not a way to do something. It's just a matter of how well of a way you want to do it.
Okay, I'm almost done crimping wires here.
So the weight of G2SA in particular is about 150 grams. The Orbiter is in the range of about 140 grams. So it's about 10, maybe 15 grams off total. It's going to depend on what material you print it out of as well and what your infill percentage is. So at a 40% infill with standard ABS, it's about 150 grams. So very, very similar.
Okay. Victor. Roger. Okay, let me close this door.
Clearance.
There we go. Someone's starting some laundry. Did you already go over the differences or Orbiter 2 versus G2SA? Well, it's basically the same differences between the whole ecosystem and Orbiter, right?
Yeah, it's almost the same as the differences between G1 and G2 because G1 still uses the same core specifics. Orbiter 2 was designed to be a little bit shorter, but otherwise uses the same 12 millimeter outer diameter, same 7.5 to 1 ratio and the rest of it. So Orbiter 2 to Galileo2 standalone is effectively the same as going from Galileo 1 to Galileo 2. So all the same benefits would apply.
Okay, let's see if I can get this thing. Plugged in without pulling the. No, I won't be able to. Pull the board.
Well, don't pull the board. Just pull the chain mount.
But it's got a notch.
3x50. Well, that's the hard part. But with the key that's in there, you can kind of like try to rotate it clockwise almost, and kind of roll it out the top.
Like that.
Yes. So it's not perfect, but that one of the older revisions, which I think I still have one around here. Looks like I do. I don't know that I'll be able to show the.
So it can basically go in like that. Yep.
Yes. So the
I hope
older
that was
version
visible.
of the. I think it was.
My printer is in the way of my OBS preview, so
Gotcha.
I'm
So
making
you
lots
can't see
of
it for sure.
guesses on what's visible.
Yep. So I've got an older version of G2E here, and you can see the original design for the
Oh,
cable chain
right.
mount did not come all the way out the side, so it was fully captive, which made it hard to put a heat set in there. And for issues where you're trying to make, a different, like keyed chain holder, it didn't work out as well. So that change to the new one allows a little more flexibility if you have to have like a notched chain or similar. You can still get it in. It may just not be as easy as it would have been before. So
Trying to put this thermistor in the little notch. Go. Oh, that's tight. Yeah, that's really tight. But that's okay. Chamber thermistor in there. Tuck wires away.
that's always half the battle, right?
Yeah, that's clean.
Yeah. Then just make sure it doesn't get pinched by the door when it comes down.
Are we talking about the weird round looking printer image? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Weird round looking printer image. I guess Steve might need a Zach Friedman way of having OBS preview and chat in his glasses. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. A heads up display. I'm hoping I can set up when I finally redo my studio in the other garage, I'm hoping I can set it up such that all my monitors are high. So anything that I'm working on isn't going to be directly in my view as it is here. And still have enough room to move printers around. So I want at least that 3 feet deep of workspace. Okay, so that's on there. And I think I'm ready to bolt this into the printer. All right. There's nothing else that I can plug in right now. This guy can go on there. Get it. Oh,
Did you check the cable cover's not going to pinch the thermistor? That is one
yeah,
thing.
I'm just underneath that lip. So yeah,
okay.
It closes just fine. I'm just underneath
If you route
that
it
lip
just
right
wrong,
there. Yeah.
if you route it just wrong, you can pinch it in there. I don't know that it would pinch hard enough to cause any damage, but it's one of those things that's at least worth note.
You and I have talked a couple of times. So one of the major differences between Clockwork 2 and Galileo is the length of PTFE tube that you need to put in, because on Galileo 2 side, this extends all the way up almost to the drive gear.
Correct.
Of PTFE tube.
As close as I could get it to it.
On a Clockwork 2, you only need this 11 millimeters sticking out the top of the tool head.
Yep.
What was it 15 millimeters was the difference? You and I have chatted about that, because what I do to solve this is I don't want to put a different PTFE tube in the tool head. I want to use the same one for all my printers, and I put a short piece, just shove it up in here.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. I'm trying to find.
You could go both ways. Both ways are valid. The way I do it is irreversible. Once you put it in there, it's there.
Unless you get a drill bit that's just slightly larger than the inner diameter of the PTFE, you can screw it in and pull it out.
But you're most likely going to chew up the PTFE and cause potential problems later anyway. So
yeah, definitely.
I need to see. Oh, I've got some Capricorn here. So that's perfect. Do we remember what I think it was it 15 or 18? I probably mentioned it in chat, in our Discord chat. So does this
I'm
kind
trying
of
to find it in our Discord chat.
So does this kind of break the design language of Voron with being made of easily accessible parts globally? Not that it matters too much because it's cool. And absolutely, this is a Voron adjacent project. It's that right there is one of the main reasons. That is going to get broken, not for the whole line, but V24 is going to break that, because V24 is going to require custom machine parts. We know that. We know that Max has said that we're releasing V24 or something like it. So I would say that I'm going to be a big proponent of all of the existing printers staying that way, but that printer and something like this is going to break that. You can build a Voron with globally accessible parts. You can build a V2, you can build a Trident, Switchwire, Legacy, V0, but...
Well, and we've seen the cost of custom engineering for things come way down through places like SendCut Send, like designing parts around flat materials that are easily, accessible and cheap, and then doing printed parts between them and things like that.
Yeah.
And we've seen plenty of things like, the VZ-Bot line and what Simon has done with some of his stuff with custom parts to like push the limits of what's capable. And I think that, if Voron transitions into some of that, and maybe not fully, but into some of that for some of the cool things, I think it's going to be beneficial to the community as a whole as well.
I think all that stuff is great options. I think with the existing designs, that all needs to stay as options.
So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the difference is. Do you remember what the stick out was from
11 millimeters?
It was 11. Okay,
it's 11.
And I'm trying to find, I'm in that part of our conversation where we're talking about it, but let's see. It's about 18.5 millimeters.
Is that what I said?
What I'm seeing. Yes.
Okay, we're good. I'm gonna go with it.
So yeah.
Need to find my little tubing cutting jig. Oh, there it is. Okay, I had shown this on, I think the VZ-Bot streams. It's just a revised version of my little PTFE cutting jig. I think I put it out on my GitHub. You put it in from this side first, tighten it down just to make sure it doesn't slip when you cut it. Set it down on your desk and do a nice even cut across there. And I'm just going to lightly come across here, no pressure, no chance of cutting my soft bleedy bits, just to make sure that's nice and flush. What's the black and teal Trident behind you? Black and teal Trident. Oh, you have a black and teal
Probably
Trident
behind me.
you.
I do.
You do?
That is my LDO beta Trident. I was part of the beta group for LDO for testing that. That is my day-to-day workhorse. That is done in Sparta 3D's Sparkle Blue, which I have right here. So I don't know how well you're going to be able to read that, but Sparkle Sky Blue is that color, which I really like how it turned out. And then the black color is the Obsidian Black Sparkle. So it's a really dark black with a sparkle in it, not more of the gray like you usually see. And I did some kind of inverse colors on some of that. So the skirts, which you can't see, the main skirt color is actually the blue, and then the corners I did black with the blue foot accents on it. So it would be the equivalent of Steve's V2 here, using the green on the Lulzbot green on the corner blocks, and then using the gray for the accent on the bottom. So it turned out pretty nice.
Okay, and then
the orange Trident is behind me as well. You're not going to be able to see it very well, but it's got some parts that I can't show anyway. So me sitting where I'm sitting works out okay, grand scheme.
Then a little chamfer on the entry to the PTFE tube, on what will be the entry.
Stephen B, how does G2E work with flexible filaments? We've done some flexible testing with it. I'm not a big flexibles person myself, but I have done some 88A TPE, and it has worked very well from what my expectations were on it. We've had a couple people that were part of the dev group that have like printed everything out of TPU with it. Matter of fact, I think one of the Voron V0s that was printed out of TPU was mostly printed on a G2E, if I recall correctly. So that's the info that I have. Looking for more info. So if people are willing to test with more flexible filaments, I would be happy to hear the results.
John Lee, I do generally check to see if I had left any PTFE remnants inside the tube. This cutter that I use and the technique I use tends to not leave anything, but that is a good point. Make sure you're not leaving any PTFE in the filament path, otherwise it's going to cause a nozzle clog.
Yep.
Already at least Okay. So with this short little adapter piece basically cut, I'm going to put the chamfer side in and then just push that all the way in there. And that is never coming out. And I'm going to use the other bit to make sure that I push that all the way in. There we go. And if I got that wrong, then we're going to move on to assembling Z drives. If I got that right, then we're all good. So I can kind of test that by just throwing this on here.
Find out shortly.
This on here, and that does go on there without any problems. So
perfect.
Oh, I actually pulled the tube out of here.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so now I can put this back on because that would have been a real pain on the printer. We got, how are you doing, Tim? Okay, so the same, oh no, it's not the same install setup. It's a M, is it the M3 by 30s? The last two M3 by 30s?
It should be the M3 by 30s, yep.
Yep. So this had quite a bit of extra fasteners, it looks like. There's at least 3 extra M3 by 20s. And 2.
Yes. So that would have been when there was still a latch version. So there should have been a couple extra M3 by 8s and a couple extra M3 by 20s.
I forgot that I have a different different setup.
Yep.
Okay, so now I can go in here and get the bits of the tool head wired up.
Donald Sayer said, what the heck is up with the Z drives on your 2.4?
Oh, we're about to find out.
Mm-hmm. You showed up at a good time.
Okay, people are going to just have to deal with seeing the back of my head. Where is that bottom one? Yeah, okay.
And we are about 17 minutes away from giveaway time, and we are at 539 likes. I think if we really push that, we can hit 600.
If we hit 600, that would be amazing.
Tell you what, if we hit 600, maybe I'll throw some stickers out or something to send along with the giveaway kits, or ask Jason to throw some extras in.
Extra stickers?
Extra stickers
at 600?
I've got a bag full of stickers. So I got to find something to do with them. Might as well find some way to make use of them. Kali or Coley, EBB 2240 boards. Do you mean the SB 2240 boards? Because yes, that's what's right here. Yeah. So did Dr. Dave. He's been running one for a fairly long period of time at this point, I think. So yeah, 2240, 2209, both are fully compatible.
I hear it's 600, like 600, there's a 6th kit to give away. Unfortunately, that's not my call. Not my
Jose
call.
Rivera. What's the reason for 2 PTFE tubes and not just one? Normally you would just do one.
Yes.
Steve likes to be able to interchange parts because of how frequently he changes things for streams and such. So putting the difference in size in the Galileo2 side, since Galileo2 sits up higher in the channel for the drive gear, because the drive gears are taller, they can't sit down here. There's no BMG to drop it down. It needs more PTFE tube inside of it to keep it from, it was either PTFE or plastic, and I would rather have PTFE for the exit side of it. So that's the difference.
Okay, so this is we're almost done basically with Galileo2 extruder, which is a great time because we can start disassembling probably G2Z and then do the giveaway and then give Charlie some treats and then come back and finish install the Z and then start a print. I guess that's just the basic sequence we're gonna do here, because that is now on there.
Dave, I said your name because you are running a 2240 board on G2. So you've got some experience with that. Somebody asked about it. Dead aim, there is a PTFE tube cutter tool / jig in the G2E repository. So Hart made that one. So if there's anything wrong with it, yell at him, not me. As I'd like to say, I'll take all of the credit and none of the blame. So let's see, Peter, is there a difference in strength or precision on the new Z? What are your top 3 mods? So on the new Z, it is a higher gear ratio, so it will have more precision on it. Whether or not that's beneficial is going to be down to your layer height and all the rest of it. So if you're printing at 0.2 millimeters, I think the current Zs are more than good enough to accurately hit 0.2. As far as strength, they should have a similar or higher amount of drive strength, even though they're using the smaller round pancake motor because it's a higher gear ratio, but they do not have more detent strength. So when the motors are powered off on larger size printers, 300 or 350, you do have a higher chance of the gantry sagging or dropping due to the extra weight on the gantry because there's not as high of a detent torque. So, and I am working on an idea with that with Jason, to use either like a 34 or a 40 millimeter NEMA 17 stepper, which does have the same bolt pattern as the NEMA 14 round stepper has, and basically making a G2Z XL for people that are running larger printers that want to be able to use G2Z on it and not have the gantry fall any. So working on that, but yeah, that's the couple things there. For my top 3 mods, I mean, I'm as much as I am for making my own things, to personalize my own printer, from the printing side, it doesn't need a whole lot. So most of my mods are going to be like in lighting, or they're going to be in electronics. One of the things I like to do is put a relay board, one of the 4-position or 4 relay control boards that you can get on, Amazon or AliExpress or wherever for a really cheap amount of money. Using those on like my AC parts, so or my hot end. So if I have an emergency situation where the controller board stops responding, Clipper and Moonraker specifically can actually control those relays directly and shut off power to the bed or the hot end, where like if you have an SSR that fails closed and tries to heat up your bed to run away, I've got a secondary. So most of my things are either kind of around safety or around lighting, practical stuff. I don't think the printers themselves really need a whole lot of modifications to print really well. The extruder aside, obviously I'm a little biased on that, but yeah, one of the things I actually worked on with Whopping Pochard, John, in my 300 Trident right now, is something that's called Hue. Let me see if I can find, I'm going to turn around and see if I can find.
While you're doing that, I'm going to give a quick update on what I'm doing here.
Yeah,
there is a change in cable chain position, where I had all of my wiring fairly exactly where it needed to be for the previous setup. It's a little tight for this setup. So I am having to pull some slack from the XY joint over here, and off camera I'm going to have to pull some slack all the way through.
Yes.
So right now this will be okay, but I'm going to clean this up for proper slack on here. So be aware the cable chain position is different, and depending on where your thing plugs into the tool head board, you may have to make some adjustments.
Yeah. Yeah, it will require some adjustment. That's been one comment we've had a few times. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of space to make any changes on that. The one thing I had considered doing is making, basically taking it and kind of angling it down so that it lands a little bit further down and then has a flat further. But putting the screw in from that point is difficult, and you have an unsupported section.
I think there's probably a little bit of room to just at the very least move the end of the cable chain that way a little bit.
Yeah, there should be some room to do that potentially. If that will help, I'm definitely open to that.
It would help. It would have helped a bit. Probably not enough totally, but any little bit that we can that can be optimized would probably help.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll add that to my. I'm making a list of things. So
awesome. So I am going to call that done now, with the idea that I've gone through here and pulled enough slack from the Y spot here so that I'm not I don't have it too tight in this cable chain, but I'm going to need to pull slack all the way from the area, which I have slack in other areas of the path. It's just to keep it neat. I had it right where at the limit of where it needed to be.
Right
before.
And if I can, I will go ahead and show off this little guy. So this is what Whopping Pochard and I kind of put together, and it is codenamed Hugh at the little laughing lizard, if you will. It's going to be really small on stream. I don't know if you'll be able to see it well or not, but
it'll be really small.
Yeah, so
maybe.
I think you can see that well enough, but it's basically a set of, it's got an RGBW LED on these guys, which is, WS2812 or whatever it is. And then it's actually got a chip, a digital addressable chip that's normally built into these guys to run 3 other LEDs. So this is an RGBW. The white is a 6,000 Kelvin, so a full white.
Sorry.
This one in the middle that's run off the other chip is a 4,000 Kelvin, which is my favorite white color, my white temperature. And then the other 2 are a UV LED and an infrared LED, one or the other respectively. And then you've got power and ground in, and then you've got 2 addressable lines. So the thing basically has every color you could possibly want on it, along with UV and infrared. And the infrared, the idea behind it is that I can use I think it's Aukey. I've got Aukey 1080p webcams that you can pull the IR filter out of super easily to effectively make a night vision camera for your printer if you don't want to have lights all on while you're, trying to let your printer go at night and you want to monitor it. So
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we are 7 minutes away from giveaway. How far are we from 600?
We are at 577 right now from what I see.
23 and 7 minutes. Can we do it? Can we do it? I'm going to do
the guilty party. I have not liked the stream myself, so we're at 579 now for me.
There we go. You know what? I found out that I can actually like my own stream to bump the number. I've only done it once.
Today's the day. 598.
If we get to 599, I will absolutely go in there.
602.
Huh?
602.
Holy crap.
Yep.
That's awesome. You guys all rock.
Oh, down to 601 now. People are changing their minds. Up to 604.
There we go.
That's cool.
Wow. That record, when that gets broken, it will be a day to celebrate. Like today is a day to celebrate. We doubled our normal goal and another third on our previous record. Yeah. And
I guess the next one will be Galileo2.
Huh?
I'll have to go for 1,000.
Yes. Yes.
That's going to be a long while.
Remember us when you're famous. That will be on V2.5.
We're at 620 right now.
Huh?
We're at 620 right now. Can we get to 690?
Wow.
Can we get that 69 in there?
6 minutes. Plenty of time.
We're at 623. Keep smashing it.
Wow. Solid. Orbited 3 next month, supposedly. Is that getting its own stream? I don't right now have anything I would put an Orbiter 3 on. That's just like the Hemera. I don't have anything I would put a Hemera on. There's nothing I would put the Revo, what's the Big Tree Tech one? They're little integrated. All those type things just aren't in a form factor that works well. Jay Trower, thanks for becoming a member.
I feel like you'd be doing it in injustice to put it on something like an Ender 3, you know?
Yeah. Jay Trower just became a member and then just gifted memberships. Thank you.
Phil, my best guess was that it's probably going to be UV adjacent. I can't remember exactly what the LED spec was, but it was somewhere in the low range on it.
I don't have an Ender 3 Sanity.
Probably...
Nope. Rowdy Proudy came here just to bump the likes up. Thank you. Okay, so we're close enough to giveaway time. I was going to start on the Z, but that's a good segue to just kind of separate. Before giveaway, we did all the extruder. After giveaway, we're going to do the Z Drive. So, after giveaway and Charlie treat time. I would like to have a little more room to see here and move around and watch chat during giveaway. So I am going to shift this back over here. Ha. Oh yes, Charlie treats will be before GTZ. Yes, absolutely. Now you need to accept one of those offers for Ender Clone from LA and put it there. Crazy Jake, thanks for the gifted memberships.
Actually, something like the new Anchor printer, that's kind of an Ender clone, looks really clever.
Well, you see that Creality is coming out with their new Core XZ printer.
Yeah, the switch wire.
I mean, I am not on the Creality boat right now. I'm swimming away from the Creality boat. But it is interesting that a Core XZ is coming to mainstream like that. Chris, huh?
Yeah. No, just the other things that Creality's doing that are, we'll say, interesting.
Yeah.
So I do not blame you in the slightest.
Yeah. Charlie is okay. He's still eating, but he is definitely on that. I've talked about it before. He's on that downhill slope. There are things that we see kind of on as time goes on basis where like he's having a harder time jumping up to things now. He's his frequency of peeing outside the litter box is more. So he's got, I mean, he's in a situation where he has a mass in his bladder that's growing and it's not going to get better. So we're keeping him as comfortable as possible and giving him treats. And as long as he's eating and seems comfortable, then we're going to continue. So James, thanks for the gifted memberships. Did I miss any others? Did I say Crazy Jake? Or yeah, Crazy Jake. Thanks for the gifted memberships. They saw the Enderwire conversion repo and said we can copy that. Well, I mean, there is no doubt that, I mean, the switchwire had to have had an impact on that being a thing. So Charlie is not looking as comfy as he did. Yeah, he's a little bit of a loaf right now. He doesn't look too bad. My 20-year-old cat going through the same thing, and it's sad, but you keep the kitty happy, give them the best quality of life you can. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. Charlie was 16 in June. But,
yeah, and I've told Steve recently, but I also had a cat recently that had kidney failure, and she was 14, and we ended up having to put her down. So, yeah, I know the feeling. Yep. It's not great.
Jamie,
which is why Charlie gets all the treats.
That's what? We give him all the treats.
Charlie gets all the treats. Yeah.
I give Charlie plus 10 hit points. Perfect. Okay, how are we gonna do this? My grandmother had a cat that was 24. That's an ancient cat. Why isn't the Voron 180 by 180 bed? Because the Vorons are based on the common sizes of 8-inch, 10-inch, or 10-inch, 12-inch, and 14-inch bed plates. That's the 250, the 300, and the 350. Or thereabouts. 254, 306, and 356, something like that.
There is a 180 micron now, which is a very nice size as well.
Yes. And I maintain, and it gets, the options expand as printers get popular, but I maintain I like printers that stick in the common bed sizes. So the 250, the 235 from an Ender, the Prusa bed plate, those where you have a variety of build surfaces to choose from. 180 is there. The Prusa Mini brings the 180 there, basically. Renal failure at the start of the pandemic. Yeah. Kitty Crack is fun to watch. Yep. And I think I think he's feeling a little better in terms of his rear legs. So I'm not too worried about him jumping off of his bed when we give him treats. But someone has a mini switchwire, a baby switchwire project. It's one of the printers for ants. I don't remember what it's called, but it's really cool. Okay, we are past time for giveaway. So last chance, links are both in the description. The pinned post reminds you of it. We are giving away, for people who are here, 5 Galileo2 extruder kits that are going to be shipped sometime in October. So that's the caveat there. It's going to be shipped somewhere in October. They are worldwide. Anybody can enter. And then our regular roll of Polymaker filament will be given away as well. So the way I run this is I'm going to do the Polymaker filament one first, but when I haven't had an entry in 3 seconds, then I close it off. So this is your last chance to get in there. My 3 seconds are the most generous 3 seconds you're ever gonna hear. So if you don't get in, I'm sorry, but I gave you all the chances you could want. So we're gonna start the countdown now at 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2. Okay, now I'm gonna give pretty much real seconds at this point. 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. That was 3 of them got in there right there at that last one. 3 at a time instantly. So 3, 2, 1, and done. So the Polymaker one is closed. I'm gonna leave the Galileo one open until we actually draw it. Why not? Right? Galileo one is still open. Polymaker is closed. Polymaker filament giveaway. Let me get these out here. Create that. How many Mississippi was that? All of the Mississippis.
I think there's only one Mississippi, isn't there? It just goes a really long way.
You count it as if you were like a first grader trying to spell Mississippi. How many S's and I's and P's do they put in there? And that's how long I take to close the. How many likes are we
We're
at
up to
right
643. Nice. Yeah, good timing. We're up to 643 likes.
Jared, not you, Jared. Different Jared. Got the last one in. Okay, where's the wheel of names? And we do have, people got a glance at this earlier, but we do have a special wheel of names today. It's not a perfect image, but it was done 2 minutes before stream time. What model keyboard? This is a, what is this thing? This is the Keychron K1 SE. This is, the page is taking a while to paste. Versus 8 weird. Oh, there are 8 dislikes. Nice. that would be a
Do you see
record,
dislikes?
actually. I don't get very many dislikes. I usually get about 1 or 2 per stream.
They probably dislike me.
And not every stream. Okay, so this is here. You can't even see the names on the wheel, but it does make a nice little border around it. They fit within the black.
Yeah, that's perfect.
What are we gonna do here? A number. What was the thing? Oh, this is the 42nd time. So here, this is the 42nd time that I've given away Polymaker filament. So the only number range we can do here is 0 to 42. So let's do it.
We have to do 42.
I gotta know if that's a number that the people want. Do the people want 42?
It seems the people want 42. That is the answer to life.
I mean, I don't know if my clicky finger can take it.
Have to get an auto clicker.
Okay, we've got 6 total giveaways to get through here, so I mean, there was no question that the number had to be 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Oh, I'm dumb.
Not shuffling, we're spinning.
Apparently I spun.
Well,
Alan, you want to roll a filament. There is a certain threshold I think I have of what I can do and actually do it correctly. And I hit that. I was too excited about doing 42 and I clicked the freaking wheel 42 or 20 something times. Alan, are you here? Congratulations. You have won a roll of Polymaker filament. If you're outside the US and Canada, if you're in the US and Canada, you get a you get a coupon to the Polymaker store. Did anybody see Alan in chat? Alan, are you here?
he's taggable.
They're taggable. There
Yep,
they
there
are.
he is.
Awesome. I'm going to make up for that. One of these, I have to make up for it. So one of the Galileo drives is going to be 42. I can't, we're not even going to guess for it. Oh, there he is. We'll get a little Charlie visit here. Okay, let me get this in here. Make sure we got a good email address. And we do. So that one is done. Okay, closing. So we are going to close. You have had more than enough time. We are going to 42 rolls to 42 people. You know what?
Polymaker might have a
That gave me 2 results. There were 2 results that came up there in my clicking. Is K Shin in chat? Is K Shin in chat? It's at K Shin. Is K Shin in chat? K Shin, you've also won a roll of Polymaker filament. I'm going to make an executive decision, and I screwed that up. Your name did come up. It is in the results.
We should have spun the wheel 42 times, waited for it to go all the way through, and then picked the 42nd winner as the winner.
K-Shin, you have also won a roll of Polymaker filament. That is my thing. I think it'll be okay.
655 likes. We'll see if we can get to like 669.
Yep. Okay. Now, because I noticed that, let's clear the list, and clear the list. Okay, clear this out. There we go. Let's see. Okay, so I am about to close the Galileo2 giveaway. I'm going to give 3 real-ish seconds for folks to get a last minute entry in. So we're going to start now. 3, 2, 1. And I think everybody's in because we didn't get any in that whole time that I was even talking about it. So the Galileo2 stuff is closed. Pin removal reminder. I'll do that right now because otherwise I'm going to forget. Awesome. Okay, where are we at on likes anyway?
659.
Okay, so I am going
660.
to roll for the first one. We're going to do kind of fairly quick shuffles and get through this so we can get on to the Z Drive. So this first one is going to be 42. I mean, I got to satisfy the thing, but let me get the list. See who got in on the last one. K Shin got in on the very last entry. Okay.
Does lightning strike twice is the question.
This is going to be a real 42. I'm not going to have a little brain fart there. Here, let's make up for it while we're waiting for that to paste. A little Charlie petting. It's still pasting.
And Chris Young just ordered his 2.4 kit. Hopefully he wins. The beautiful part about G2 is that with standalone, you don't have to have a Voron. You can put it on anything.
Yeah. Okay, that pasted. So let's go over here and we're just going to shuffle the first one. So this is the first winner of the first drawing for the Galileo2, and we're doing 5 of these. So now with the mouse in the right spot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Now, normally when I click that shuffle, the computer is pretty responsive. I don't think this thing registered about every other one of those, but I'm not going to do it again.
You still clicked it.
I did. I clicked it.
I heard all 42 of them.
Okay, spinning. First winner, Galileo2. I didn't miss one click. I deny it. Okay, Galileo2. Bokaitko? Bok, congratulations. Are you here? You have 2 minutes. I hope people are here quickly on these. I think they will be. Bokaitko, are you here? Say something in chat. 2 minutes. Now, one of the nice things about this is I realized that it saves results. So I could just roll the next one. But let's give it a little bit. Hopefully they're here. Linus, thanks for being a member. Oh, Boke, are you here? Say something in chat. There you are. Awesome. And thank you for being prompt. That was less than a minute. Congratulations. So what's going to happen for any of the winners of these Galileo kits? I'm going to send your email off to Jason at LDO, and he will contact you for your information. I'm not going to get it. And then sometime in October is when he says these are shipping out. So don't expect it right away. Don't expect an email from Jason right away, but just trust that I'm going to get those emails over to Jason. If you don't hear anything by November, then reach out to me. But, oops. Let's get this. Copy that. Let's make sure we have a good email address for you. That looks good. Buddha. I didn't see both giveaway forms. Uh-oh. They were right next to each other. Okay, so we're going to remove, Jared, a number between something and something.
7.
7. Or is that between 0 and 7, or should I just shuffle it 7 times?
I would just shuffle it 7 times.
7 times.
I got a lucky feeling about it.
We're
So
going to
will the winner
do
then.
every other one of these. We're going to get audience suggestion on what to shuffle, because I want to kind of get onto the Z. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and spin. This is winner number 2.
And you're welcome.
What?
Whoever wins this one for 7 shuffles.
Oh, get lucky.
Directly me responsible.
Matthias.
So, yeah.
Matthias Schmelzer, are you here? Matthias, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Matthias, congratulations. Matthias, are they taggable? I won the Nero and Modbot streams in the same week. I broke your streak. Yep. Matthias, say something in chat. Gotta be here. Matthias Schmelzer. Not taggable, but hopefully they're here. 1 more minute. What's our next range? We should do the next range, but don't do it now, because we need to be able to see if Matthias, I'm just catching myself. Need to make sure that Matthias can say something. Did we hit 666?
We did.
Wow.
People have unliked a couple of them just to make sure it stayed there. So I think we can get to 669 as well.
Did we get
Be
Matthias?
better than 420.
Oh, there they are. Awesome. Matthias is here. Congratulations. Put your name in here. Congratulations, and thanks for being here. We got a good email address. Okay. We are going to go between 0 and 4 for the 4-month-old that Jared has.
Actually, in 2 days, she'll be 5 months old. So
okay, 0 and 5. 0 and 5. And I guess she's 4 right now, 4 months old. So let's go 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is number 3. We've 2 for 2 so far. Number 3. Who do we have? Who do we have? Galileo2 kit. Bill Brothers.
Wow.
There is no
Bill.
chance that Bill is not here. There is no chance that Bill is not here. Congratulations, Bill. You still have to say something. I mean, there you are. Okay.
There he is.
Making sure there's protocol to keep, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, let's see what kind of email address I have for you, Bill. Yep, awesome. Okay. 0 and 9. There are 9 teeth on the stepper motor. Number between 0 and 9 for giveaway number 4. Congratulations, Bill. Did you see that comment about you having time to do this with a 5-month-old?
No, I did not. But yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge, to put it lightly. I think at one point in time I was in the hospital working on G2 on my laptop.
Yeah. Let's go 8. Let's go 8. Okay, this is extruder kit number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and go. And who would we got? Old Balon. Old Balin. Old Balin, are you here? Congratulations. This is Galileo2 extruder kit. The 4th one that we've given away. Old Balin. Old Balin. Let's say something in chat. Are you here? Dude, the engagement graph on this stream is going to be It's going to be very spiky.
We're hovering right at that 669 likes mark too. People keep liking and disliking so that it stays at 669.
Do you know what happened? Do you know why I have dislikes there? Because I did mention for people to dislike it earlier. So if you disliked it, let's switch that back because it would make me feel better.
Yeah, it's hit the other button now. Hey, we're at 670
for now.
For now, 672.
I don't know what the all-time record is during stream. We're really close to that. Old Balin, you have less than a minute.
He was taggable on my side, but I haven't seen him type.
They were taggable?
On mine, not for a lot of other people, though. Yeah.
When people press like multiple times, it goes down. There are no dislikes. No dislikes? It might not show up. It'll show up for me. But it really doesn't matter. There's always a couple. Well, I shouldn't say there's always a couple because I have quite a few streams that are 100%. But is this a Polar Ted inductee? At 5 seconds. 5 seconds. We're gonna redraw. Okay, I'm not gonna remove them. If they show up and they happen to get drawn again, they deserve it. But sorry, old Balin, you are in the Polar Ted Club. We are going to redo that one. 0 to 9. 0 to 9. What are we doing? I mean, I might as well keep the spikes going, right?
Yeah. When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Yeah. We got 20
so
minutes.
Kind of flabbergasted by the number of flabbergasted by the number of entries there. Like you can't even see them on stream.
It's all within the black border because I mean it scales with the number.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Don't get me wrong, but like there's just so many of them.
Let's go 6. Let's get this moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and spin. Okay, this is for the 4th one. For the 4th one, Navor. Navor, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Navor, congratulations. Are you here? Are they taggable? Keeping an eye. There you are. Awesome. Congratulations. You will receive an email at some point from Jason. You won't, now remember, nobody's going to hear from me on this. You're going to hear from Jason directly. I'm just going to pass email addresses off to Jason. Okay, last one. What's our range on the last one?
There's 72 teeth on the ring gear. There's 31 teeth on the planet. There's 9 teeth on the sun. Do with that what you will.
9 to 31. 9 to 31. Nine to 31. I wonder if you write the tag name, someone lurking, still highlighted. I don't know. Oh, it might be. That's a good question. You didn't remove. I didn't remove? Oh. Yeah.
The chances of them winning twice is low, though. Come on.
Yeah. What did we do here? I'm fond of 21. 21. So in 5 days, which is the 21st, is my 21st wedding anniversary.
Sounds like 21 wins it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And the last winner.
Blackjack.
Yeah. The last winner Who is it going to be? Paul J. Paul J, congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Paul J. Not Troy J. Paul J. Paul J, are you here? Paul J, are you here? Paul? Okay, Paul, here's the problem. I see a Paul Jacobson. What I've figured at some point, in a past stream, I didn't let this go. Let me look up your email address, and hold on a second. I don't want your email address in chat, but I may want like the first 4 characters. Paul, let's see. Let's go the middle 3. The middle 3 characters in your email address. Paul. Let's go the middle 3. I don't know which those middle 3 are, but if you take 3 characters in a row in your email address, it'll be good enough confirmation for me. Are you there, Paul J? Paul Jacobson. What are 3 from the middle of your email address? 3 letters. Yeah, that'll work. Good job. Congratulations. That will work.
And next time, use your full name.
Well, the actual it helps a lot with these, just for confirmation, to be your actual YouTube name. If there happen to be, is that possible to duplicate? Could 2 people be Paul J in here? They could be, huh?
I don't know. I don't know that they could, because there's apparently another Jared CO1, which is why I cannot have Jared CO1 on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I don't think you can, but I'm
not sure.
It would be weird if you couldn't. Like Troy J and Paul J had either gotten in really early, or the display name may be different from their like channel name, if you will. Because my display name is still Jared C01, but my channel name is like Jared01.
Okay. Display name is not unique. User.
Okay.
Username is not. Both of those. I'm gonna have to look at that, because there might be a gap in my plan here on how I run this. Hasn't really come up, but anyway, congratulations to the winners. We have 5 winners. You will receive an email from Jason. Remember, it's October-ish that these are going to be sent out. So if you don't hear from Jason by the end of October, then reach out to me. There were 650-ish people entered. Gmail with no numbers, and I get other people's mail all the time. I bet. Well, the question is, Smokin' Joe, if I'm searching by username, but there's unique emails, but I just pick the first email that's in there, or the first username that's in there. If there's multiple of the same username, then that would be a problem. I'll have to look at that. But anyway, we are good. We have finished that, and now we can move on to the next part. No need to search, I'm here. Okay, Galileo, you have time, Jared?
Yeah.
Are we doing good on time?
Yeah, I may run and actually grab a drink real quick, but
yeah, feel free.
Yeah.
Set these things off to the side over here. And bring the printer back. Debbie. Username is different than the displayed name. Username is tied to email, but I'm asking for display name, and all I can see is display name. So, in the end, my stream, I give away rules. I know, but you know me. I like to be fair. I like to be open. If I have a problem there, it was not intentional. So we'll figure it out. Oh, Jared has the pants on. The funny thing is, we very specifically check to see what's visible when he can move around and stuff like that before stream. Oh, Charlie treat time. Good call. Good call. It is Charlie treat time. Thank you, Obi-Wan. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. I would hate to have to actually ask for account names or the whatever, because probably someone might not want to give that for some reason or another, but also validating it and the confusion of what to put. I almost forgot Kitty Crack. I know. Let me set this up. Jared's back. Okay.
Jared's back.
We ready for Kitty Crack time? Kitty Crack time, and I guarantee Charlie cares. Okay, are we ready? If you're new here, we still have how many people? How many people do we have here? How many people do we have here?
436 according.
We have 400 and something people here. So there are probably new people here. Charlie gets excited for his Kitty Crack, so if you keep an eye on him, he will wake up really quick and be ready for it. So here we go. Whoop, there you are. Oh, and you're talking too. Yep, here you go. No, you don't see it. There you go. Oh, there you go. One more. We'll go two more. I posted proof to Discord about the display names not being unique. Okay. I'll figure something out. Maybe there's some sort of integration we can do or something. Make that a little easier in more ways than that. Hey, Mr. Patron. Can you briefly explain what Galileo2 is? When I check the GitHub, there are 3 extruders and I'm a little confused. There are 3 extruders?
So there are not 3 extruders. There's technically 2 extruders and 1 Z Drive.
Yeah.
But yeah, the brief overview is Galileo2 extruder is a drop-in replacement for Clockwork 2, which is what Steve just got done building. And then there's a Galileo2 standalone, which I have right here, which basically there's 2 different form factors for it. One fits an Orbiter 2 mounting pattern. One fits a Sherpa Mini, or Sherpa Mini mounting pattern, but is otherwise the same. So same design-wise, same extrusion, et cetera, et cetera. So same benefits that you get with Galileo2 extruder in a smaller package that can fit on any printer. And then the Galileo2 Z Drive is what Steve is getting ready to build, but is also already technically on this V2. So he's going to build the latest version for one of the corners just to kind of go through it, and then we'll get a print going.
I am hitting all the wrong keys on my keyboard right now. Bear with me for all. Okay, that's all I was gonna say. That's okay, so we are going to install the Galileo2 Z Drive module variant, and we're going to do it on this printer that already has the Z Drive modules, because I've been testing them on here and they've been working just fine. I haven't had any problems. But as such, the parts I need to build one are on the printer. So we are going to remove one and rebuild and put it back on, and that's it. We're not going to do all 4 of them, because that's just going to take too long.
Yeah, and all 4 corners are effectively built the same way. They're just mirrored, right? So if you build one, you've built them all. And one of the cool things about the Z drives was I took input and care and, made design decisions around trying to have the entire thing assembled whenever you install it. So for the most part, it's assemblable on the tabletop, and then you can just slot it into place. The one hard part is one of the M5 screws at the top to get to. So long as you have a like a round hex head, what's the word that I'm looking for on that? The ball end. So if you have a ball end hex, you can get to that M5 screw fairly easily. So yeah.
Okay, so to remove, I've got an existing setup here. Additionally, if you're familiar with the Voron 2 build, I'm hoping to do this without taking panels off. I actually cut my belts flush for the Z because that's not actually a problem if you take care in your assembly. I see that whoever changed their name to Steve Builds, but I think I like Patrick's idea with having someone put a verification code of their own choosing, because then all they have to do is respond in chat with their verification code, and that's verification enough. Got to go. See you, Andres. Okay, so I am going to just remove the screw from the top idler and just pull this all the way out. You have to use a ball driver to do this. Thanks, Mr. Petron. So then that can just sit here. And actually what I want to probably do is turn this printer on its side so I can work on it from the bottom as well. So let's get this thing turned over. And see, right there, take note. Bottom panel.
See, if you didn't have a bottom panel, you could already be in the electronics by now.
So true. And then I'm going to pull the special skirts. So these have a unique skirt pieces.
And that's something that will likely change with the G2Z XL iteration of that.
Oh yeah.
So on the XLs, there may not be an option for a 250 skirt. May not be enough material there. I'll try to work something around it, but just as something that's come up in my thoughts while going through some of the design options for it, that's something that I've considered.
So much dust. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, this is a used printer. It gets used.
It's also in a garage, so there's something extra to be said for that. Garages are usually a little more dusty than the insides of houses, typically speaking.
Well, this, what do we have? Okay. Anyway, I gotta refamiliarize myself with the setup. What should I remove next on this?
So you can either do it all as one piece. You got to take the M3x8 out of the front, and then the two M5s out from the side next to the stepper, and then underneath. If you're going to try to get to all of it, you'll basically take off the foot, and then the corner block, and then the 4 bolts for the stepper.
Okay.
And we do have a temporary manual, or a beta of the beta manual, if you will, for the assembly process.
Yes, we'll bring that up. I should only have to remove the top cable clamp here on my front idlers.
If you fully disassemble it, you won't even have to do that, but yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to kind of do it somewhat according to the instructions. So I'm gonna pull the belt out now just by removing the top anchor point, and now I'll be able to get through here and pull this completely. So now I've got to get in under here, huh? Put the front.
Yeah. Yeah, where that M5 is on the back. unless you want to fully disassemble it while it's on the printer. But
no, not really.
you're kind of demonstrating the accessibility for everything, though. So
Yeah,
that's the hardest one to get to. If you can get that, you're in good shape.
Who won the giveaways? 5 people, including Bill Brothers. And this is the one that I'm glad it's changed, right?
Yes.
That one's easier to get to.
So yeah, in the early version of that, the stepper was rotated right in the way.
Yeah. So really, we're kind of unbuilding right now, and then I'll pull up the instructions, and we'll build. So I think this one in here. What's the lifespan of the belts? I don't know. What should be pretty long. I haven't had to do much for replacements. Let me see if I can get a view on it from this side. First thing I've ever won from a stream. That's awesome. Yeah, we have a new inductee to the Polar TED Club. And why is that one not wanting to come out? That's the problem. Oh, okay. Oh, it's the belts.
Yeah, I was going to say the belts are still running through that. That may be something to do with it.
Yeah, I thought this one was loose enough to not cause that problem, and I'm going to have to kind of somewhat work on this right here because I didn't put a connector on the stepper.
Hmm.
Now I'm going to try to slowly do this. See if I can skip it over.
Yep.
What is the lifespan of the belt? Oh, yeah. Has anyone noted an improvement in print quality from the Galileo2 drives? What I will say is I still get good print quality on this printer with the Galileo2 drives.
Yeah, the primary goal wasn't necessarily higher resolution, although it doesn't hurt anything. But again, at like 0.2 millimeter layer heights that we're usually printing at, I don't think that you'll notice a difference. Now, if you start doing something crazy, like going down to like 0.0 something, like 0.08, you might start to notice difference in resolution there. But again, we're effectively working with a fairly precise hot glue gun, right?
Yeah.
So there's still going to be some inconsistencies in the plastic extrusion itself that's on the spool and some of the other factors. So grand scheme of things, if you notice anything, it would probably be, you know, at very low or high resolutions, depending on how you're looking at it.
Okay, let's bring up the manual.
And Bill Brothers' question of does G2Z reduce gantry drop on a V2.4 300 on power off? No, it's going to be about the same on a 300. On a 250, it should be slightly less dish, but that's where you would come into the territory of G2Z XL that we've been kind of discussing a little bit. So,
okay, we are at the beta. This is in development G2Z manual. So we're going to use this as kind of a guide and go through and maybe find some feedback. But all the same types of stuff. Probably has some things that needs to be fleshed out. But there is the configuration changes that need to be done. Your rotation distance with the gear ratio needs to change. And then make sure you're changing your run current from what you would normally be running on the 60 millimeter steppers or whatever, or 48s or whatever is normal. Okay, so this is our exploded diagram of what it looks like and parts. And what do we get into? We get into putting in a bunch of heat sets. Do need to do this, so let's get this over here, get it turned on, and switch back to this view. And okay, so talking about the printed parts, which one am I going to be using here? This is, hey, I grabbed the right one. Perfect.
Now, is that number 1 or is that number 2?
It's number 2.
There you go.
Does that seem right?
Yep.
It's number 2.
And
so
for those that are
Hmm?
for those that are curious why there's numbers on the individual ones, normally there wouldn't be, but with these, the way these are set up, with the screws to hold the bearings for the back piece here, in order to keep the screws out of the way, the parts had to be different. So they are labeled with numbers to make sure that everything stays nice and squared away.
And for the drive module itself, it's a corner piece and these as the printed parts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
And then you've got the gearbox, the G2 gearbox itself, the ring gear housing and all the rest of that.
Yep.
And then,
Okay, so that's doing that. So we need to put, where are the heat sets? Is there heat set? Oh, there they are. Okay. Heat sets in that piece and heat sets in this piece.
Yep, 2 in the bottom.
2 in here and 2 in there, and we're good?
Yep.
There is an advantage in not as far as printability or whatever, but these take up a lot less space in the controller area. Did you cover that already? Did I just not hear that?
I don't know if I did. We're almost 4 hours into it, so it's possible I did at one point, but it bears repeating. Yeah, the biggest thing of the G2Zs is in smaller, like 250s, especially if you're trying to run 48 volt on your gantry, which is where the 250 really shines, is in speed. So for applications like that, it takes up a lot less space. So you have a lot more space in the electronics bay underneath, especially for like a 120 or a 180 micron as well. It makes a significant difference.
Yeah.
And I like the Trident skirts better. I think they look cooler than the V2 skirts. So.
Okay, that iron takes a while. I still need to swap out and set up a thing for my other iron, but in the meantime, I'll just have to wait a few seconds. Is this printer your daily driver? Yes, this is one of my daily drivers. This one and my 250 Trident have been my go-tos lately, and still my gold V0. See you, John Lee. Got to work. Thanks for the interesting stream. Awesome. This has been fun. I always love having guests on. It makes it so much better.
Yeah, and it also gives me an opportunity to throw out some of the additional info that, one, would be hard to type in a live stream and get a lot of that info out, and
yes,
2, it gives the opportunity to kind of bounce some ideas back and forth and get the engagement of the group and everything else. So it's also beneficial from my side for looking at things that people might be wanting. So it's kind of cool to have that opportunity to jump in as well.
So my expectation here with this install is we're not going to cover in detail putting the planetary gear set together. We did that on the first. It's the same.
Yep.
What we will cover is the rest of the assembly. But the hope is we get this all together then and then get it start printing. And
go
ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. One thing on the extruder side that was kind of a driving force is a larger drive gear effectively has, a shorter distance to push a certain amount of filament, right? So there's a certain amount of precision there that needs to be accurate. And the recommended settings that we have is down to like a 0.088. So I think it's like 47.088. That is a very good starting point on there. And the resolution of the extruder on the whole means anybody punching that number in should be close enough to where they need to be to get started to just be able to run with that when they plug it in. So
yeah,
it's kind of cool with that resolution level.
Mine was very close. Even though I had that weird problem, remember?
Yeah, I do remember that, which was super bizarre. And I don't know that anybody else has had that. myself included.
Hi, Niezo. More extruder gear teeth grip the filament at the same time. This is not this is not the same kit. So it is a different kit between the extruder and the Z drives. Did we already cover that?
Yes, it is a different kit. I think it's been mentioned a few times, but yeah, it's a separate kit. The extruder kit comes with, you know, the pins and the drive gear needed. The Z Drive kit comes with the there's a special pulley that's required for it. It's only 19 millimeters in total length. And then there's a couple of shims and a few different parts for the Z Drive, basically. Fewer parts required for Z overall, so the Z kit's a little bit cheaper individually. And then I did mention earlier that most of the resellers are offering a discount when you buy like a set of 4 to do a full printer.
Yeah. So I should have finished disassembling this before I switched over to the manual, but I'm just pulling the last parts apart on here. I'll just say I'm avoiding spoilers right now. I'm trying to hold everything without. Bearing. Okay, that part's there. That part's there. Okay, so we put these heat sets in. And then we're going to put the bearing in this with the 3, so that's the change here. So we'll see the see the previous version here. So let's go here. Now I've got the module here that's still partially assembled. So let me take the pulley, and this is just the 20-tooth pulley. So this
and I think you're probably also missing the shims.
Huh?
I think you're probably also missing the shims that are included in the newer kits as well.
Oh, what size are they?
11 millimeter OD, 8 millimeter ID, and they're 0.5 millimeters thick.
Okay, are they required?
Not entirely required, no. It basically keeps the pulley off of the bearing itself. So if you assemble it with a little bit of wiggle room in there, you should be okay.
Okay. I'm gonna get in here and zoom in a bit. Talk about, so this is just the same, this is the exact same stepper and ring gear here. And I think I probably used, I know that I greased this, but it's all completely absorbed into the plastic.
Yeah, which is totally fine so long as there's, you know, a lubricant on or in, it should be okay.
So here, this should, there we go. Tight fit there, but this is the same gear setup. So I'm just going to leave that together, not disturb it. Now this is where the differences are. The bearing comes in from the different direction and is held in with the screws. And do those don't stick all the way through?
They do stick all the way through. That's why the importance on having a number 1 and a number 2. They do not interfere with the pulley though. So they don't get into the belt path and they don't interfere with the pulley.
Okay. I'll pull that bearing out and then this can come over here. So now this is going to go in, well, that's where we're at in the instructions. This sits in there and there's no lip for it to hold against. So all these button heads are keeping it from pushing into where the planetaries are.
Correct. Yep. 100%.
Okay. Andreas,
and then the stack on the other side prevents it from going the other way.
And the GPs, these are the same exact motors as used in the extruder setup. which are different from the bomb stealth burner steppers. Okay, so that's there, and those do stick out, and that's okay, apparently.
Yeah, should be about 2 millimeters.
Yeah. This is the first time I've assembled. Now I'd assembled the extruder to put it on my my other. Something I'm noting here is this should be no torque on these screws. Bottom out and done, because there's not a lot of plastic
100%.
there. They will strip. So no ugga duggas, just to touching and done.
Not even an UGA.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe barely an UGG.
Yeah, maybe barely an UGG. Maybe just a little bit of a U.
Okay, so then this guy is going to go in here. It should do the same. Oops.
Yeah, it's going to be easy to get misaligned when you go from the stepper side and you try to put that into it. So it may be easy to pop the whole thing off of the stepper.
I think I will. Even though this was one that was tight, but that'll be okay. So
yeah.
we'll do the same
well, if it's
thing.
got a little heat on it, it's probably okay.
Okay, so that's still, I've got quite a bit of time on this, and that's still not, I mean, it's not loose.
Yeah, well, we don't want it loose, right? We want it to wear in a little bit, but...
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing it's not loose.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Yep.
And then
same page.
This should drop into there, whichever alignment allows it to just drop in.
And if it doesn't want to just drop in initially, you can rotate the carrier a little bit. Yeah, because it is possible to get the teeth where they just don't mesh very well.
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh, there it goes. Dropped right in. No effort.
Perfect.
No effort.
That's exactly how it should be.
Yep. So that was good to struggle with that a little bit, because...
Yeah, that'll be the biggest part that people are going to struggle with.
Mm-hmm.
So to see someone fairly seasoned with it still do the same thing is, it's a good indicator for me of where it's going to sit.
Now, when this goes on here, I got to pay attention to wire. Where is this going to end up?
So the number will be towards the base plate, towards the bottom plate.
Oh, will be towards the deck plate.
Correct.
So it'll go right
so
like
it'll
that.
Face up. Yep.
Okay, right like that. Okay. Oh, and that pulls through.
And
that's,
that's
oh, and,
exactly.
And pulling it back through, I pulled all of this apart.
So Steve is demonstrating all the things that people may have struggles with.
So let's start over.
What I would do is, I would actually put that before you, I would take that assembly kind of as you have it, and then I'd put it through the printed part.
Yep. Here and then here.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
which is the same way we did for G2E, if you remember.
Hold on to the bearing. Doesn't really have to. There we go.
Now
that is.
Yeah, and if you've had a pulley on there before, you'll have might have a little burr on there that makes it hard to get the bearing over. So
now this is. I thought this was supposed to. That goes that way. That's why. Okay.
Yes. That does go that way.
I had turned around. Didn't you assemble the one you removed? I did. But it's a different assembly process. This is different. The overall assembly is the same, but this is the little screws here in the center weren't there. Is the big thing.
Correct. Yep.
Should I put the thing on? Actually, why don't we go to the instructions? So we did that. Get my mouse over here, and then we're going to put the planetary setup together, which we did. Then we put that in there. Then, just like it says here, put that on. No, it is different. So
it is
maybe
different.
A sequence
we'll change
here
that.
might be changed.
Yep.
Yeah, and a new builder would not be trying to do this in the printer. That's a good point, DJ.
Right. but we'll probably still struggle with the same things you did with putting it together like that, because it's so many parts that are just kind of finicky to assemble in the first place.
Now the
And then there's the shims.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a possibility I might have those shims around somewhere. I'll have to go looking, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. So then we're going to put all this together, and then this is kind of the view that I needed to see, remind me which direction the pulley went.
Yep.
So I should actually be able to just put the pulley on right now. There's no reason why not, right?
Yes. Correct. Yep. And then just leave yourself that like 0.4 millimeters of gap or whatever where the shim would normally take up, so that you're not rubbing directly on.
Yeah. This has to be out. So it's just not, so it's not rubbing directly on, and it's 0.5 millimeters.
Yeah.
Okay. And
then the front bearing. So with your setup, you may want to do the front bearing a little differently. Normally you just put the full stack together and then kind of shove it into the front. For yours, you may want to seat the front bearing, since you don't have that shim in there.
Yeah.
You may want to seat the front bearing into the front printed plastic piece.
I don't know if I was good view on the thing or not. I'm going to pull this apart, so I'm not going to worry about, I didn't put Loctite on this earlier either. This will all come apart again when I get some shims to put in there. That's not right. What is that locking up on?
Your bearing is probably not pushed all the way in from the front, would be my guess. It's probably hitting one of the screws inside.
Correct. Yeah, which means those shims are kind of important.
Grand scheme of things, they make a bit of a difference. But yeah, the one on the front is the biggest one, at least from where you're at right now.
Okay. I'm going to move this out a little bit then, because I need to make sure that that's pushed in all the way.
Right.
And then move this out to that 0.5 millimeter. There we are.
Yep.
There we go. Okay. Am I missing anything in chat? Other than reducing the size of the module as a whole, what are any other major advantages to using this package over stock? I don't think there are any other major advantages. Minor advantages is there is going to be a slight increase in resolution, right?
Yep. Theoretically, it's at almost double, but at the layer heights that we print at and micro stepping and everything, it's realistically.
So I said theoretically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So that goes there. Now this is going to set right like that, which means I want my stepper to go right like that. Yep, and that dropped right in. So now that is that module. Go over to, those are the set screws, and then we put those heat sets in. Then we have we're gonna put that bearing in first. So bearing and this module, and then I do want to clean this up a little bit. Just
and then of course there are those locating pins on there that make sure that you have the orientation correct. So, okay, so nice and helpful.
Should go in there, and that popped in. So now this, again, that's going to go like that, and you put the number twos to each other.
Correct.
Or the ones or twos.
Ones or twos, yeah, depending on which corner you're working on.
Yep. And then there's a couple of different screw sizes here, right?
Yes. So there's a 16 millimeter that goes into the heat set part, and there's 30 millimeter that goes into the stepper part.
Through. So the easier thing to remember is the long screws go into the stepper, and the short screws go into the other two.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is there any trick to getting belts ran through this thing?
So not really. Um, the actual running of the belts is fairly easy because it's kind of an enclosed design that wraps around itself. So pressing a belt in one side and trying to get it to come out of the other is really the easiest part. The hard part of it is there's also not a ton of clearance around the pulley portion of it. So if your belt has been, in your case, like through the gantry before, where it's got a pretty good bend in one spot, it can actually be a little bit tougher to do.
Yeah.
So in some of those cases, what I've recommended is before you screw the stepper to the front of it, wrap the belt around the pulley and then put it all together as one. So I'm curious to see if you're going to have any problem pushing that through there.
We'll find out.
I'm also open. Go ahead.
Just to answer a question that's coming up in chat, I did. The second bearing is in there.
Yes.
So this is here. And what I'm going to do is take my screwdriver.
Yep.
Push on the teeth.
Yep. Yeah, that'll get it through it. I'm open to making that hole a little bit wider, but I didn't want to make it so large that people could have things drop down in there and get, kind of rolled around.
Yeah.
Just because it is still open from the build plate. So if you have, spaghetti prints or things like that, where some of the plastics could get down in there. Basically, I was trying to avoid some of that. So and the very bottom of it is obviously entirely enclosed because there's a foot underneath it. So there's no real good way to get that back out if stuff gets in there. So.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so I got the belt in there, no problem.
Perfect.
And I'm kind of feeding this through without driving it. Okay, so then instructions say cool G-code macro to spin like 2 rotations in a single motor would be cool for this. Oh, for pushing belts and stuff through. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so putting the the accent piece on, and then the hex nut in place, and then shoving that on there, and with a couple of M3x16s. Okay.
Correct.
And then there is because you had explained before, there's this little printed bushing because some of the rubber feet have too large of a hole for an M5 head to properly hold. So that just kind of takes up some space.
Yep. Some of the earlier kits had a different foot than the current ones do. So the current kits, the foot is a little better quality of rubber that's in use, but the hole in the middle of it's a little bit larger. So it's just a little printed bushing. And I actually kind of like having that bushing because it also gives you a positive stop for the screw so that you're not crushing the foot. And some people will notice that there is a change on that corner part where it's using flat head cap screws instead of button head cap screws, which was the normal for Trident. Yep. And that is because we were already using the flat head cap screws on the first bearing that was in there. So
but there instead was no of having other an spot that uses button heads. So.
Right. Exactly. So might as well just go with all of one.
Bomb 100%. Reduction, I'm on board with.
And as a worst case scenario, it's an accent foot on a corner, and if you manage to lose one of the screws for the bearing part, you'd have a spare technically.
Yeah. Okay, so that's in there. This nut, we need to figure out a better way to hold that in. Okay, so all of this now, this is going to basically sit on here like this. That's going to go in there like that. So with this sitting like that, to capture that nut in there, I can bring this around and thread these in.
Then go to 16s. Yep, absolutely. And I pride myself a lot on both the printability of a lot of these parts. Obviously, I reuse some of the Trident parts that you had designed for some of this, but printability both on the Z and the extruder portions, like minimal number of parts required to be printed. Just try to make everything as simple as possible because, certain things like the planetary alignment and all the rest of that are going to be complicated by nature. So if you've got this whole finicky thing that people have to hop on one foot while chugging a glass of water upside down, kind of a thing, it gets to be too much, and then the frustrations get too high, and then that gets reflected in the people's opinions on it. So
that is an assembled module. Now we just got to
Yep.
get it in there.
Yep.
So I'm going to take, since I'm causing a little bit of extra complication for myself doing this on printer, throw the belt up through the top here. That should, I am going to probably end up having to drive this slowly. Let it skip where it can.
Yep.
There we go. Okay. Now this is a M5x10 into the front.
M5x10 into the front and into the side one there. And, our view is a little bit low. Yeah, it's 10 for both of those M5s.
Where's? Oh, there it is.
And there's a single M3x8 for the front skirt. I really would have liked to have had something different there instead of having a single M3x8, but there's really no other option since it's a skirt.
That's the
Yep.
same problem I ran into as developing Trident, is there's just not room there for anything else.
Yeah, you know better than anybody.
So part of something I'm skipping here, and I should probably bring this up here. Something I'm skipping is locating these T-nuts. So really just paying attention to pre-locating them before putting all this into place is going to make your life easier. But since I already had all these in the right spots, I do feel like this hasn't been bad to get these in, especially this one was the biggest problem before because the angle on it. This is much better.
Right. Yep.
Get my long boy out here. Go. That's on there. Drive that through. And then let's put the skirts back on. This all goes into here. Comes back up there.
Chuck Eckert, to answer your question, the locking cam is gone, the small belt is gone. Yes. So Galileo, since it's using a planetary gearbox, the output shaft is already at the gear reduced level. So it goes straight into a pulley. There's no extra stuff needed. If you wanted to go off the rails and try to use like the 20-tooth pulley on that and then tie it into the 80-tooth standard G2, you could theoretically make a 36-to-1 reduction on there if you really wanted to go off the walls. But yeah.
Hey, Latian. Welcome. Okay. We are almost powering this on, doing the couple of configuration changes needed, and starting a print. Last screw here. Did someone test the pushing force with the gantry with stock Z drives versus G2Z with a scale? Has any of that kind of testing been done?
Not so far that I'm aware of, no.
All of this is good. I think I can button this up.
I would bet that the stock G2s probably have more pushing force on the Z, but that's mainly because of the 20mm steppers, which with a 9-to-1 reduction, you don't need a ton of, but when you have a 5-to-1 still on the standard ones with a, a 40 or 48mm stepper that has quite a bit more pushing force, it's probably going to end up being totally higher, yeah. Now, the G2Z XLs, we'll see.
Okay, so bottom panel's back on. I'm going to turn this upright to finish off the belting, and then we'll be good.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's put this through here, keeping this lined up. This just goes, make sure this goes on the inside of the gantry belt. Then back through this. This is all just top idler completely uninstalled. Just throw this guy on here in the same spot it was before. A little bit of less room to work here, considering I still have the panels on and I'm doing it from the inside. But it's not too bad.
Those nice set of wears make it a little easier.
Yes. Yeah, these have been workhorse drivers. I got the ball end and the non-ball end. Okay, so now you have your idler here, and there should be enough slack here that you can just shove this back up in here and kind of push it and get it caught on the screw, on the nut, and it's tightening. Just have to, there we are. I'll just kind of test, get about the same tension as I have on the rest of them. Call it good. It's back together. It is not really all that hard to swap Z parts on a 2.4. It's more complicated than like a Trident or something, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Hey, Dustin.
Having changed Z's a number of times.
Dustin, we have Saturday and Sunday stream, but it was last second decision. What did I get a hold of you on Thursday? Finalizing wanting to do this, or was it a little earlier than that?
Oh, I don't know. It's been a blur of a week. My week has been like an absolute nightmare this week, truthfully. So Thursday and or Friday, I'm not 100% sure, but it was probably Thursday, actually, come to think of it, because we had talked about doing some testing on Thursday. So probably Thursday.
But if I didn't do it today, next Saturday is Charlie's Angels stream, and Sunday is going to be a regular stream. I didn't know if next Sunday would be VZBot or if I'd be back on something else. So then if I didn't do it next weekend, the next weekend is ERF. So then it would be at least the next weekend. And then that doesn't even consider what your availability is.
Right.
So this worked out.
It's worked out great so far.
We are ready to power this thing on. So.
And if we waited a few more days, I would have had a 5-month-old instead of a 4-month-old for my stream.
We might have had different winners.
True.
Shuffled differently.
Bill might not have won anything. Bill deserved to win. Bill's been here since the beginning. Bill's been here since the beginning. I think he deserved that win.
Oh, absolutely.
So if he hadn't got that, then I mean, where would we be?
Okay, powering up. Tomorrow is not last stream for VZBot, but we do plan to basically have them finished. We're expecting, hoping to do an additional stream that's more of just kind of a print and chill type setup. So, but there's lots of variables going on with that. We will definitely be on here tomorrow at my normal time, VZBot stuff, and then I got a fan that's not happy.
I can hear that over here.
Yeah, I don't know that the audience can hear it, so I'll let it work its way through. I got to replace that one. This is the Big Tree Tech 4.3-inch display. All you need is a sticker to make the win complete. Thanks for the kind words. Let's see if I can knock it. That is very not happy. I'm going to swap that out soon.
It sounds like a cat trying to hack up a hairball.
It does. It does.
Yeah, Bill, I'll see what I can do to throw a couple extra stickers in, or see if Jason can throw a couple extra in. I did say I would get rid of some stickers.
Oh, I want your mount then, please. This is the one that's on the LDO docs, Shammy. Sometimes can also hear it. Okay. Probably when I'm talking, it comes through. Okay, this is up. Let's go here and let's go to the printer page. And this is V2 Blue, my very novel, unique, creative printer naming. We only need 10 more likes for 700.
8.
8 more. 8 more for 700 during a stream. It's done. It's done hacking. It's let off its hairball. The hairball's been coughed up. That's nuts. Okay, here is our printer, and we need to just go into the machine. These are pretty basic changes on this. I
700.
Huh?
701.
700. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
That's awesome.
There are some basic changes we need to make here. Let me do a quick wipe on the build plate because I'm going to get it preheating right now. To get things going and moving. What are we going to print, Jared?
I don't know. I hadn't even thought about that this whole time that we've been going through here.
Well, I've got some gray filament I'm going to use, the same gray. It's
Okay.
pretty unforgiving in stuff. So,
I mean, you could print that adjusted cable chain mount. It's still got the
That's a
flaw
good
of
idea.
being awfully thin, but yeah. You should still have that file, I think. It'd be a quick print too.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting. I am setting up, basically getting the bed preheating because it's going to be an ABS print. But while it's heating, I can go in here and change the config. Clipper screen
Saving
not
some
in the
soak
update
time.
manager. I wonder why. Huh. Okay, so printer config. And actually it might be in, no, it'll be in printer config. So let's scroll down here. Oh, this is in the Galileo docs. So here in the G2E docs, it was further up here. Now, why do you put it further up instead of at the end of the docs?
Truthfully, I don't know. It's just kind of where it ended up landing, and it was kind of in the rest of the information, if you will. So
yeah, right here is what we're going to be doing, is changing our rotation distance to this, the gear ratio to that, and making sure our run current is set. Now, why are we running 0.8, recommended 0.8 run current on the Z drives and 0.6 on the extruder?
So mostly just because the Z drives have more weight that they're carrying, so the higher current will help them. It's not technically required, and realistically, I've not fully decided that I want to suggest that 100%. But to keep people from having any problems, basically to combat some of the
so it's not skipping
the loss in force. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to go down here and we're going to scroll down, and since it's in the order of scrolling, I'm going to hit the Z drives first. Now. And it's easy because I've already set this, because remember, I had these Z drives on here, so all these are correct. So the idea is making sure this is 9:1, and see, before I just commented out my 80:16, which is the regular drive setup. 22 steppers, which is the 40 millimeters per rotation rotation distance.
Pulleys.
Huh? Yep.
Pulleys. You said steppers. Yep.
Thank you. Pulleys.
22 pulleys. Yep. And they're 1.8 degree steppers. So
3 hours of sleep is starting to show through.
Yep.
It's pretty good if it's starting to show through at the 4.5 hour mark. That's fine. Although I did click 42 times on the spin thing, so I'll blame that there too. Okay, so
we'll count it.
All of the Z drives are already set up for the Galileo steppers, and that's basically it. The same thing, 9:1 gear ratio and the 40 rotation distance. Down here on the
You
extruder.
do have your run current on them set to 1 amp.
Thank you. See? Should I go 0.6 or 0.8?
You can do 0.8. If you've been running at 1 this whole time without any issue, you're probably okay. But yeah,
Oh, this is true. Why am I running those at 1?
I don't know, but you're also
I wonder
trying to run
why.
at 1.8
Because
now.
I wouldn't have ran whatever was here before at 1. I changed them to 1 for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why would I have done that?
Unless you were just absolutely stress testing, I'm not sure.
They ran fine.
Good. I'll take it. It's hard to kill a stepper motor unless you really just absolutely melt the thing. But they're also high temp steppers since they're designed to be in the chamber with the extruder side. So they will get hot, but they shouldn't melt anything.
Why not use 0.7?
You can use 0.7.
Oh, here.
Honestly, you could use 0.7 for everything if you wanted to, including the extruder, if you just want a good set it and forget it. If you like to tune your currents, like I know some people do, start at 0.6, figure out between 0.6 and 0.8 what works the best for your use case, and go from there. Because lower current will obviously result in lower heat overall. So if you're on the extruder side and you're, close to your SB2040 that already runs hot, you may want to keep the alternatives available, if you will.
Okay, copy over that 47.088. I'm just spacing these out just because. Just spacing these out and putting a comment there. Gear ratio is 9:1. So this is the calculated gear ratio still. It's a 9:1 total. You could also express this as 81:9, right?
So
because it's 81 teeth
theoretically
on the ring gear and 9 on the sun gear.
It's 82 teeth on the ring gear and 9 on the sun gear. But the formula is not just straight division. So it's
that's right, because there's a weird thing with planetary boxes.
Yeah.
It's not. That's
so
why
it would be 70. Yeah, it'd be 72 divided by 9 plus 1.
That's why this is better for a planetary gearbox. You want the ultimate gear ratio of the gearbox because it does have to be calculated because it's weird.
Correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's not just 72 to 9 in this case because you have to have the motion with the carrier and everything else in there. So it ends up being +1. Otherwise, you would end up thinking that it's an 8:1, even though it's technically, well, not technically, it's realistically 9. So.
And then the current, we're going to change this to 0.6.
Yep.
Okay. And that's all the changes.
0.7.
Huh?
0.6, 0.7, either or.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be all the changes.
I usually keep mine at the low end until I need to bump it.
Likewise.
So I'm gonna...
And I think I'm using 0.65 on mine, and I've pushed up to like 65 cubic millimeters a second volumetric on Sparta filament, which is not sustainable, by the way, because Sparta filament flows like molasses. But yeah, it still does it. So
maybe tap measurement accuracy range was not good enough at 0.8 amps. I don't think so. That doesn't ring a bell. And I'm not sure why this isn't starting back up. Let's do a firmware restart. There we are. Okay. And let's get the preset going back again. And let's put some filament on here. Do you, can you, just for ease of setup, throw me that modified cable chain holder?
Yeah.
That way I don't have to go searching for it.
I can do that.
The one with the thermistor mount.
Yeah. So long as I can find it. Let me look real quick.
Got the VZ bot running without the M6 coupler, prints fine. Awesome. I angered the fan. Oh, we need to check anyway to make sure that the the stepper direction is correct on the extruder?
Yes, we do.
DJ, I am running the bed at 75% on this. I need to go through and do the calculation to see what I can run it at max for the SSR rating. But I haven't done that.
I sent you a file over. It should be the right one.
Okay.
Andrew, for the extruder, it doesn't make a difference whether it's 16 or 32 microsteps. The Z drives are set to 32. Right. Z drives are set to 32, not because they were required to be or anything, but yeah.
But that's for accuracy on tap.
Correct.
Yeah. That's debatable, Timo, on whether heating the bed too quick is actually going to cause it to taco or not. The real true limiting factor is probably your SSR. Now, we run SSRs that are rated at 10, 15, 25 amps or whatever for the beds, right? Those are all ratings with proper heat sinking. The actual rating, if you look at the data sets for them, so the Omron 10 amp that we run, when you don't heat sink it properly with an actual aluminum full-size heat sink, then it's rated at 4 amps. So, and they specifically call out that the DIN rail mount, it does not count as a heat sink. You use the non-heat sunk rating. Is anything long-term on a Voron? What do you mean? Thick beds shouldn't be affected by heaters, yeah. Okay, this is heating up. What was the next thing? Oh, I need to actually load the filament.
Slice.
So let's bump the, huh?
We need to slice the file too, but yeah. Filament would definitely help in putting filament onto a build plate.
Yes, yes, it should be. So I want to make sure that this is extruding in the proper direction and can actually push plastic through everything. Because people, you need filament to print. The bigger issue is 900 watt of startup power. Yeah, this isn't 900 watts anyway, so. I was kidding, was just commenting on things as constantly being upgraded. Well, that's kind of, we have fun upgrading, right? Nobody can leave anything well enough alone. It's kind of the mantra.
If everybody left well enough alone, they'd all have bamboos.
Well, yeah.
Security risks aside, of course.
Okay, okay, this is heated up. Let me just do a little load filament. I don't think it's moving in the right direction. Would it be opposite from Clockwork 2?
Potentially, depending on how the motor was set up.
No, actually.
Offhand, I couldn't tell you.
It did grab it. That's weird. Okay. It's grabbing it. It's extruding. Hey, Gentech. It is extruding. Let's extrude again. Okay, it is skipping like mad. It is skipping like mad. Yeah, it is. So.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can just push, make sure I don't have some obstruction. So I'm going to pull this out, and let's pull this and make sure I have a nice clean length of filament. And I guess I should probably do this. Let's see if I can get this to feed by hand. Make sure I don't have, and I have an obstruction somewhere. I have an obstruction somewhere way past the G2 stuff. What is that obstruction? What? I just printed with this. Oh, you know what? I also have, here, let me bump this temperature up. I have some PC carbon fiber in there.
Yep. That'll like a little more than 220.
Yeah. Oh, I got into some sort of melt zone here. A little melty tip on there. Ah, there we go. There we go.
All right.
I was printing with Prusament PC carbon fiber. I've been doing some of the VZBot parts in that.
Gotcha. Oh, well, good to know it's not a problem with the extruder directly.
Yep, now it's pushing. Now it's pushing.
Awesome.
Let's purge all of that. Close that back up to... I mean, we don't really need much of a heat soak for a part this small.
Right.
So... Where's my tweezers? These will work. There we go. Now it's coming out straight. Andrew. Jared, thanks for joining the stream, providing background on the design choices and installation of Steve. Yes, this has been awesome. This is exactly what I love to do. Is being there's no substitute for this, right? To have you be able to just kind of casually chat back and forth, answer questions.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
That's where a lot of the stuff just flows. It's one of the best way to get information out there and pull up new ideas and all the rest of it. Find out where shortcomings are and see where people have struggles. So like even on the manual with the G2Z, seeing where trying to put the motor and the carrier assembly and everything in there with the bearing popping back out and the rest gets to be a handful. So it's nice on both sides.
Who picked the printer main accent colors again?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do you plan to join
Phil?
Oh, go ahead.
Phil Morris asked, any chance of an ECAS version of the extruder? As a matter of fact, that is the main version of the extruder and the one that's in the manual. The one that Steve is using is the non-ECAS version. Both are available.
What are we talking about?
Phil Morris asked if there was an ECAS version available for reverse Bowden.
Oh, yeah.
The Bowden coupler.
Yeah. The other one I installed had that. Do you plan to join Formnext in Frankfurt this year? I've heard a local group planning a Voron user meetup during the event. I would love to do something like that. This year, probably not. I've got... I think it takes all of my fingers to count how many things I'll have gone to this year.
Better start getting out the toes. Have to wear some sandals in December.
Rocky Mountain, Murph, Open Sauce, Earth, Rockland, Bay Area, Orange County, and Smurf. So there's 8. I've only got 2 fingers left. Taylor, welcome. We are done. We're about to print. We are about to print. Here we go. And just gonna grab. Where is that pro? Oh shoot, I don't have it. I think nope, not that. There we are. That one, that'll work. And then you sent me a file. So everybody say hi, Nero. Let's do that.
Hi, Nero.
I got to look past the printer, and I am so tired of doing that. So tired of looking past the printer. Hey, JMP, welcome. JMP, this printer needs a new controller. This printer needs a new controller. I think this is where the next one is going. Okay, let's bump this up and go in here and grab our file. So little quick, simple print. Does everybody be able to see that still? Yeah.
Is that the right one? Yeah, right one to cut out. Perfect.
Charlie, oh yeah. Are you still having an accident there, kitty? Yeah. Oh. It's gotta change his, I gotta clip his nails because he's grabbed that towel every time now. Doing E3D Revo high temp tonight. Oh, awesome. I'll try to tune in on that. I'm gonna be out here working on getting the VZBot prep for tomorrow. I got to catch up because I have to replace the external stepper drivers. So, okay, this is done. Let's slice it. Let's throw it over to the printer. Yep, upload, and we should be good to go. This is probably warmed up enough. So this is probably going to be the more fun view. Just run through my print prep. Let's see. I think everything's good. Extrude below minimum. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. He was just on his litter box, and then he went back over there just to pee. Poor guy. You still there? Can I still hear you?
Yep.
Okay, good. Probably a comfort thing. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, no trigger after full movement. Why?
Did the probe get hooked back up on the board in the right spot?
No, it's triggering. I think it's too far out.
Did the gantry get too far off?
Yeah, I think it's too far out. So let's try just kind of forcing it into position. Do that. Let's try it again. Uh-oh, it might do it again. Oh, nope.
Nope, they got it.
Guess we'll get a at least a good 2.4 gantry adjustment shot, maybe.
Yeah, that front left still looks like it's far enough off that we'll get a nice adjustment.
Ooh, an actual retry.
Like watching a chiropractor video where
oh, that was quite a bit off.
Crack somebody's back.
It was 3.3 millimeters off. That's quite a bit.
Well, that's also the side that we pulled off, so that's kind of expected to be the furthest out.
I have micro switches on this for homing X and Y. Is there a way to get it to automatically adjust something when the gantry bed is too far out? You can set those tolerances where it's going too far of a movement before trigger, but you start getting into compromises on whether it'll save you from something being really out or not, right?
Yeah, I've actually built a 2.4 Direct Drive Z in the past, and I had to set the like the distance off to like 10 millimeters or something for it to be able to adjust.
Yeah.
So, which 10 millimeters grand scheme of things is still not a lot, but when you're doing a QGL, it's quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. This should be the last round. Oh, fans not happy. Yeah, it's retrying on that front corner. The one I replaced. I wonder why.
Yeah.
And it's going to do one more round because that one was 0.008 instead of 0.0075.
Got to get that resolution.
DJ, yes, this is exactly the printer that sometimes tried to home in a crazy direction. And I haven't done anything but reseat the rear steppers to correct that. It's so occasional that it does it. I'm pretty sure it's just a stepper wiring connection issue. And it works 99% of the time, and I use it. So I haven't taken it down to recrimp anything. Yeah. It could be.
There it goes.
It could be belt tension. I probably need to go through and tweak things, but it'll be good enough for this. Was there any reason besides aesthetics that the V0 got an extrusion top hat over the printed? I think that's a big print that not everyone gets right. I think the extrusion top hat is a lot easier to make that flippy, the hinge setup. Other than that, I don't remember all the other reasons that Nimgria decided to go with that. Do you remember any?
Not offhand. I mean, I know it's a little bit taller as well, and I think that taller was a portion of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And something to do with the panels that got put on it as well, since it's, fully enclosed. But yeah, I think it came down to, it was a long enough print that it made sense just to throw some extrusions at it, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth.
Oh, what do we have here? This has been a good stream. I didn't run into any major problems.
Don't jinx it now. It's going to get to the end of this and explode.
Well, it could. We still have over 300 people here at the almost 5-hour mark.
Mm-hmm. 314 with 710 likes.
I haven't fallen over asleep.
Yeah, my 4-year-old was up at like 5 something this morning, running around like a chicken with his head cut off. So I was trying to keep him entertained while the wife and the baby were trying to get some more sleep. So I ended up falling asleep for a little longer myself, and he kept coming over and smacking me in the face and head to try to get me to wake up to play with him. I'm like, dude, come on. The joys of parenthood.
710 likes.
718 now. Anytime anybody mentions likes, I feel like it gets a minor boost.
Danila, do you use tap at 3 times faster than this for your Z probing? I'm just curious. The accuracy is kind of dependent on it. It improves by slowing down the probing speed. And to be honest, we could probably tweak all these values to where you could probe faster, still get enough accuracy, and it would probably work just fine. It starts to ooze. Are you probing at the recommended in the mid, like 150 range? And I know this is slow, but I usually set this. Usually what happens is when I want to print something, I set the printer to preheating, and then I get distracted and do something else. And a couple hours later, I come back and it's completely heat soaked. And then I set my little start print macro and it does all this stuff. And then I get distracted and then it's sitting there in the middle ready to actually start the print about an hour later. And then I start the print. Yeah, I don't, there are lots of improvements I can make in my workflow. My workflow is not anything that I would recommend to anyone else. This is just what I've kind of evolved into. So I don't have each printer set up to where I can just say, okay, start a print, it's gonna preheat for this long or whatever, and then it's gonna start the print, and I'm gonna be able to walk back to it later and it's gonna have a print there done. Okay, this is done. Let's start the print. See? Now I'd have to manually start that print. And now it's gonna come over here and it's gonna do it. I just click start and forget about it. And I wouldn't mind being at that point, but with 20 printers, probably half a dozen of which I have available to use at any given point, I haven't taken the time. Yep, Dustin, exactly. If it's good enough, it doesn't matter. On both fronts. If you can probe faster and get good enough accuracy to get your prints done, then awesome. We're the best guy.
I'm fairly...
Oh.
I was just going to say, I'm fairly sure that your homing procedure there is still faster than a bamboo start routine for what that's worth. I start mine up and stare at it like it's the first run of a nuclear power plant. Where's the best guide to get tap set up? Mine, I have to baby step mine up just a tad. Then baby step it up and then save config. It'll remember that from there. Once you baby step that, if you're using fluid or mainsail, it'll come up in the interface and ask you if you want to save that config. You can save that to your offset, and then you won't have to worry about that. You do still have to do another bed mesh after you do that, though, because the bed mesh will compensate to the old value if you don't.
Oh, I bed mesh every print, so.
Yeah. For the people that don't, myself included, I actually had a number of issues with the Z, and I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on because I would go through the offset and I would save it, and everything would look right, and then I'd go to print and it would end up printing like 0.7 millimeters into the air. Come to find out, it was the bed mesh. The way that the bed mesh was set up, it wasn't working properly with the new setup, basically. So after you do any sort of adjustment on your probe side of it, you need to do a new bed mesh. We've got extrusion. How's the first layer looking?
That looks good.
Awesome.
Now this computer doesn't have all my latest profiles. I've spent quite a bit of time between this printer and my other Trident tweaking the rotation distance in the firmware so that it matches each other, so that my extrusion multiplier in the software, I can use the same profile for the two, instead of having
Smart.
a different filament profile per printer. But it's pushing plastic. And we can see how I'm kind of feeling how hot these Z motors are for the little bit of movement they've done so far. They're on the barely warm side. Time for a shared folder for your Prusa slicer to have the configs up to date on all PCs. I do need to do that badly. What would be the best mundane off-the-shelf printer to use to print Voron parts for a kit? Anything that's capable of printing at ABS temps, and if it's not enclosed, throw a box over it. Because with enough attention to your print settings, just about anything out there that's capable of printing at that temperature is going to be good enough to print parts for a printer.
And for the Voron side of it, all the parts more or less at this point can still fit on a V0 bed. So you can go with something fairly small if it's going to be less expensive, so long as it meets that criteria of printing ABS. And a smaller printer would be easier to enclose. So you don't have to have as large of a box.
Oh, since it's a little more quiet in the chat now, you mentioned your daily this 2.4 and another Trident. Is there anything that Trident is better at compared to 2.4? I have a very biased opinion there, since I was a project lead, whatever you want to call it, for Trident. So I would say, honestly, you flip a coin. It's, as far as capability and speed and print quality, you are going to get equivalent out of both. I think the Trident is a better, less experienced builder printer. It is easier to get set up and printing well, because mostly it's the gantry. Properly aligning this gantry to where everything is in its right spot takes a lot more care in the assembly process than it does on the Trident. Can you bypass the probing sequence on a Trident? Sure. Just don't run it.
From my personal side of it, I like the Trident better as far as a build and overall versus the V2 as well. Having the rigid gantry, I think, helps with some of the faster print speeds and accelerations and such. And then since the heat rises on a Trident, you're more likely to be building in a warmer part of the chamber at any given time. So the only downside being the higher vertical height on it also puts your center of gravity higher whenever you're trying to do those faster speeds. So if you're really wanting a really fast workhorse that you don't need to print parts that are super tall on, make a like a pancake Trident, and you've got the best of all the worlds.
How long did this say this print was going to take? It says 29 minutes, which means it'll take about 22-ish. That's just my experience with my profile. I've never bothered to try to make it any closer. It always beats the estimate. Did Jared get his orange 2020 extrusion for the Tridex build? No. It's right here. It's ready. I just haven't done it yet. It's still Jared's extrusions. They just haven't been sent yet.
I'm in no rush for it anyway. The 250 could use a few maintenance things, but like I said earlier, it's also testing some parts and doing some silly things along that side. So it's printing awfully nicely. So to tear it apart to make a Tridex out of it wouldn't be my first move right this second with it. But yeah, I do have one more 300 Trident I need to build, and a couple other things that I need to work on. But yeah.
You need to print my calibration cube that makes people cry? Is it like Legos? You set them on the ground and they step on it and cry? What's the tallest 2.4 out there now? We've seen some pretty tall 2.4s. I have no idea what the tallest is, but people have made them well over a meter tall.
I think I saw a post on Facebook where somebody had like a 2 meter tall one. It was like a 1 meter by 1 meter in the X and Y, and they had like 2 meters in Z.
Whew. Wow.
Yeah.
You got one of the first orange Trident frames along with me, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You and I got the first two, I think.
Yeah. And that was, pretty sure I chose orange as the first frame color. Because I had a choice.
Yeah, we talked earlier.
Huh?
Yeah. We talked earlier, orange and green are my two favorite colors. So
yeah.
Orange Trident, green on your 2.4 build
2.4,
here.
Yep.
And one of my favorite greens that I have, which I have up here, is actually made by Hatchbox, and they discontinued it for a while, but they brought it back. It is Hatchbox. It's a pastel green.
Huh.
So I think they just call it green on here, but it's a dusty spool because I've had it for like 4 years now. But it's not as like bright yellow as the Lowell Spot green, but it ends up being a very nice color. So it's a little more subtle than the Lowell Spot is, while still being a really pretty and fairly close green.
Hi, Paul. How are you? What color did you miss in ABS that you have in PLA? Oh, the without a doubt, two of them. Two of them would be both from Printed Solid. That slime green or the Brad's orange. I want both of those, exactly those colors in ABS.
I dropped a link in the chat to that.
Oh yeah,
pastel green color.
Yeah, I would love both of those. I did the 3D sets buggy, that RC car build. We did that in a Charlie's Angel stream. Did that in the green, and what did I do? I've used the Brad's orange in various test prints and stuff. Yeah, I know that Nick had talked about putting some additive in an ABS screen to try to get that look, but I don't know if there's been any progress on that. What's your thoughts on the VZBot build now that it's almost complete? I think it's an awesome project. I think there are a few little things, just what I've seen so far. So I'm just talking about build, not using the printer. I think there's some very minor polish that will get there. I mean, just super simple stuff that is final step type polish things, is just like chamfering edges that are against the build plate to improve printability and reduce elephant foot effects type stuff, that kind of thing. But that's just a small example. I think the theme of what it is there's a lot of it there, and it's going to be an awesome printer. But there's a couple of areas that it could use some polish and documentation, and a couple of the little things on the parts. But I mean, just like Voron, just like any of these others, it's a project. I mean, it's a hobbyist group. It's an interesting spot we're in now, though, where these hobbyists, Voron, VZBot, all these kits and stuff are available. It's kind of blurring that line between the hobbyist and a actual product, right?
Yeah, it's amazing how far the whole 3D printer community, as a whole, has come in the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you look back 4 years from right now, you've got Vorons that are being built with ramps boards and Pi 2s and Pi 3s. Like 3 was top of the line, and I mean, just 8-bit boards to 32 was a jump. Now we've got all these companies willing to make custom parts that the 3D printer community could only have dreamed of 4 years ago.
Yeah,
and it's just absolutely insane. It's awesome to see, but just thinking back on how not very long ago, how far behind this we would have been, is just it's kind of mind-boggling.
There is a whole segment that wasn't there before that is catering to what people want to do in this hobby right now. I mean, somebody has an idea, and there's a company out there that's going to produce a custom part to make that idea real.
Yeah. Well, even for the Galileo side. So whenever I was initially putting, like a group buy together of kits so that I could have Jaws Tech make MJF parts to make them cheaper for everybody, and distribute all that. And I had LDO make the 10-tooth steppers and all the rest of this, and putting all that together. The amount of cost I had to pay out of pocket for all that was in the multi-thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So, we came off the bed.
It did. That sucks.
That does suck.
Okay.
But like even now, so with Galileo2, the amount of like upfront cost that Jason took care of for me, I mean, Galileo2 wouldn't exist if it weren't for that.
I think I need to refresh my cleaning that. Well, I also didn't let it do any kind of heat soak, and I do see a warp on this. Yeah. It lost surface area is what happened. I don't know if I can. It lost surface area, but it did print. It didn't print too bad. So I wiped it down with, so I did wipe it down, but this alcohol has been out here for very, very long time. It's nowhere close to 99% anymore. I guarantee that. I have really very little issues with adhesion like that. I'm really surprised that that popped off. But I'm also not doing my normal setup. This should have pre-soaked for another 10 minutes at least. And yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I mean, it is still a small part too. So, I mean, if you were printing other parts on it and you had more time for the layers to cool between it and the rest of it, it probably still would have been better too. So, yeah.
Now it's pre-soaked. It is.
Right.
It is. I still wouldn't put a brim on that. I can get it to print without a brim. I don't like using.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't like using brims. I think we're gonna wind down though, because we are at 5 hours, and this was a
5
blast.
hours, 5 minutes.
And this was a huge thank you for taking the time to come on and hang out with us. This is
absolutely.
Cool little device, cool little range of things that can be done with it. I like the same basic parts are being used in several different applications.
Yeah, and for what that's worth, Jason had talked earlier about moving to some injection parts. I think that's kind of the push that really got it, was the number of applications that we're able to make for it. So it pushes that investment. And going back to talking about Jason spending money on Galileo2 in place of me, that's one of the biggest things, is getting those molds made for injection molding is incredibly expensive. So huge thank you to Jason and LDO for doing all that.
Yep. Okay, 726 likes. I'm pretty sure, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that's a record for during stream likes. So that was awesome. Thanks for everybody that hung out. You 270 of you that are still here at the 5 hour mark. So we are back here tomorrow, me and Daniel, VZBot stream. So thanks to Jason for providing the beta kits that I've been using and the giveaways, and then Polymaker for our filament giveaway. I don't think I'll get in any trouble for expanding that one. Thanks again, Jared.
You bet. Happy to be here.
I will see everybody tomorrow. So have a good rest of your day. I'm going to go get a nap. Have a good one, everyone. Stick around, Jared.
Yep.
Okay, bye.